What's going on is Anton from AntonDaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with me. Thank y'all for tuning in for another edition of the Millionaire Morning Show. I am your host, Anton Daniels. What up, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up, friends and family? I appreciate y'all. It's Monday, August 10th, 2026, year of our Lord. How y'all doing today? What's happening, friends? Oh, man. Oh, man. Time Dog got a lot of sleep this weekend, and so as a result of it, I got an epiphany, a bunch of epiphanies. Felt like God was speaking to me. A lot of things revealed itself to me. But before we get into that, how was y'all weekend, gang? What up, Classy, Roscoe, Sabrina, Jesse, Xavier, Josh, Brandon Jackson, Vito Royale, Bam Bam Lynch, Real Angelo, Riangelo, what's happening, y'all? How y'all feeling today? Shout out to everybody that I met out at the Ribs and R&B Festival. Kicked it with y'all on Saturday. Everybody that I seen. Sabrina says you look well rested. Oh, man. A well rested AD is a dangerous AD. Bruto Sports says Anton, I want y'all to know this. We're 1 minute and 34 seconds into the live stream. And the first thing that somebody says is, one of the people says, is Anton will never talk about Nolan Wells, hurts his brand. That means that you've been thinking about that all weekend and you were anticipating coming into my live stream and saying that. Let me give you a round of applause. Now, how does that make you feel? How does that make you feel? Do you feel better? You feel like you got that off your chest? Never mind the fact that I've been talking about the Nolan Wells case for the better part of a month on all platforms, including Room 9 and the Anton Daniels channel and even the Millionaire Morning Show. But, until some new evidence or something relevant come out, I don't feel like beating a dead horse just for the sake of content because it's something that's streaming or something that's trending. So, it is what it is. But, yeah, we ain't even 5 minutes in and people are already, it's Monday. Like, you ain't have a good weekend? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. I was resting. I could hear my voice coming back. Everything is feeling good. Everything is feeling good. So I got a few announcements, a few thoughts that I want to get off and tell y'all what my thoughts are and some of my epiphanies before we get started with the show. So before we get started with the show, let me make a few announcements. I want to do this with the show. I want to first tackle a couple local subjects and thought-provoking subjects. I always like to start off the show with somebody from Instagram or TikTok or something like that, giving their thoughts on something relevant that I think would make sense as far as having a conversation on the Millionaire Morning Show. And I'm going to give y'all some insight on what's going to happen later on this week. I want to give y'all some insight on what I'm planning for next week. Patreon updates and life updates, okay? So today on the show, I want to tackle a couple of local subjects. Obviously, we got to revisit Chicago. We haven't been to Chicago in a while. I want to also tackle this WNBA debacle. Was having some conversations with Stephen A. Smith over the weekend, and I think it's worth having a conversation about men and women's sports. So that's trending, very big. Second half of the show, I want to talk about housing. Dave Ramsey pulled up, I think, on Fox News. We also may have to talk about a few other subjects, including Gen Z finding it too expensive. Today, bunch of other stuff. The U.S. economy lost 23,000 jobs in July. I did not tackle the Islamic takeover like I wanted to last Thursday. And because we didn't live stream on Friday, because they had construction and they was messing everything up. And then I was going to do a makeup show on Saturday, but then I was like, nah, I want to re-prepare for something else. We might tackle that today. So we'll figure it out. Jesse Xavier says Anton Daniels' channel is at 1.5 million. Really? That is true. That is absolutely true. You are absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. Let's give a round of applause for that. That is absolutely true. And so you are correct. You are absolutely correct. It is at 1.5 million subs, 6.5 million views over the last 48 hours, real-time updating. And so that is correct. So I appreciate you for acknowledging that. I appreciate you for the love. Shout out to everybody that shows love and everybody that does great things. So I do not take it for granted. Again, I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. I think y'all are the greatest on earth. Millionaire Morning Show passed 450,000 subscribers. Life is good. Life is good. So number one, make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. Let me get some y'all want me to celebrate. I'm not gonna celebrate. I'm not gonna think about it. Let me get some thoughts off. All right. Number one, Patreon. 2 posts today. All right. I had pre-recorded a video, and then when I rewatched it, I had some debris under my hat and stuff like that. It didn't turn out the way that I was supposed to. It was wind in there, so I re-recorded it. It was supposed to release yesterday, but I re-recorded it in the studio, so that's gonna drop today. All right. And then I'm also putting up the post for the exact date for the meetup in Dallas. Wednesday, we have a live stream on Wednesday in the Patreon, and then we have another video that is dropping on Patreon on Friday. All right, so it's going to be 4 posts this week on Patreon. If you are not a bag chaser, if you are not a person that is running up the bag, if you are looking to rock out with a group of people that's going in the direction that you're going in, make sure you tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. That's number one. All right, Patreon updates. Shout out to the bag chasers. Shout out to the people getting money. We running it up. All right. Second thing that I want to talk about is updates to the Millionaire Morning Show. Obviously, you guys know that we've been going through rebranding, the whole 9 yards. And to put the cherry on top of the whole thing, I have to announce, I know Kay Cooper is going to be a little bit disappointed on this. I have to announce that the Millionaire Morning Show will be moving back into the Millionaire Morning Show room. All right? So starting on Monday, this is the last week that you will see this background for the Millionaire Morning Show. For the Millionaire Morning Show. This background will then be used for something completely different. And I'm not going to discuss what I'm going to use it differently for yet. But this background is going to be used for something completely different. Millionaire Morning Show is being moved back into the other room. And we're going to polish it up. And we're going to put a whole cherry on top of it. And we're moving it back into the other room. All right? So this is the last week that you're going to see the Millionaire Morning Show with this background. Look, boo, yeah, I know. So we moving it back in there. All right? That's the second update. The third update is, I don't know if it's so much of an update as it is a life thought. Yesterday and this weekend, it was good, and then it was bad at the same time, but it wasn't bad like something happened to me. It was more like bad in the way that somebody was talking to me or the way that people was talking to me. Wait, before I move it back, do y'all want to keep this background? Let me see what the people are saying. Because I see some people saying that this is their favorite background. It's not going away. It's just going to be used differently. Keisha said what they say. Let me tell you, Keisha. Um, y'all like this background better than in there? Wow, that's pretty crazy. All right, now y'all giving me something to think about. We'll think about it, but we're the goal is to move it back into that room by Monday. So, anyways, my daughter came down yesterday to the studio. You know, it's different when you see your kid at home versus them actually coming to see you in your place of work, in your place of business. So my daughter came and she came to visit me yesterday and did some photography as far as like taking pictures of her car at certain places. And then we were sitting here in the studio and we was kicking it and we was talking about our goals and we was talking about her house and getting the appliances delivered tomorrow. And I was teaching her some stuff about content and vlogging and technology. And we was planning for what her life was gonna be like when she going to school. You know, she starts school at the end of this month and all of that stuff. And she was like, Dad, when are you gonna start living for yourself? And she's the only person, honestly, the only living being that says stuff to me that probably causes me to rethink everything. And she said, Dad, when are you gonna start living for yourself? And I said, What do you mean, Les? And she said, You've spent more than 40 years focusing on everybody else. Thank you, Kimberly. I appreciate you. She said you spent more than 40 years focusing on what everybody else need, what everybody else wants, what everybody else is taking care of. And so I gave her a quick answer and I'm like, well, after 2 months, 2 more months, I'm gonna focus. She's like, nah, you really need to be focused on you. Like you really need to be focused on everything that makes you you. She's like, everybody got everything that they need already. She said, if you don't focus and genuinely do what you need to do to focus on you, you're never gonna do it because I know who you are. That got me to thinking. Interestingly enough, shortly after she left, I'm on the phone with a friend, with a really, really good friend of mine, and they got super disrespectful in the conversation, unwarranted. And so I was thinking to myself, like, I told them, and I said it. I had an authentic conversation with them, and I said, listen, I'm not gonna take too much more disrespect. And so they was like, well, I don't feel like I'm being disrespectful. And I said, well, I'm telling you that you being disrespectful, and this is why. And I'm not dealing with it no more. And so be careful of how you gonna keep talking. And so they kept talking the same way. They kept doing the same thing. They doubled down on it. And so I'm like, all right, I gotta go. Cause I try not to make emotional decisions going forward. And so I say, yeah, it's not worth having a conversation about this anymore. I'm not gonna keep telling you. I told you twice. I gotta go. I gotta go. And then they called me again and they was just expecting for me to just gloss over it and forget about it and act like nothing was. I said, nah. I said, listen, I'm trying to jump around and get to the point without being too descriptive. Long story short, I was just like, yo, I'm asleep on this. This is what I told myself. I'm asleep on it. And when I woke up this morning, I said, all right, the dynamics of this gotta change. And I'm gonna have to start cutting people off. Honestly. Like, I think I've outgrown some situations, and now I just have to look at things from a business perspective, and I have to start being a little bit different. And people gonna act like, people in my life, they're gonna be bothered by it, and they're gonna want me to be the same person that I was. Somebody told me over this weekend, they said, Anton, you different than you was 5 years ago when I first got cool with you. And my answer to that was, I'm supposed to be different than I was 5 years ago because I'm a different person than I was 5 years ago. I've seen different things. I've been through different things. I'm a different person. I've seen ups. I've seen more downs. I've seen the heart of people. I'm supposed to be a different person than I was 5 years ago. You know what I'm saying? And growth is hard, man, because sometimes you got to leave people behind. It is, man. It's hard. And you ain't leaving people behind because they a bad person. Even though you may have felt disrespected, it don't mean that they're a bad person. It just means that you're doing something different. Cletus says, Anton, you ever ate roadkill or wild game? Deer, possum, raccoon, squirrel meat? Nah, because I'm rich. I don't do stuff like that. I'm not a woodsman. I'm not poor. I don't pick up stuff off the side of the road and eat it. I'm not under duress. And so let me say this also. We have to have a higher expectation for ourselves. I'm not poor, you not poor, and I don't know about y'all in the chat, but bag chasers ain't poor, and we don't do that. We are at a higher level, and we're gonna carry ourselves at a much, much higher level. With that also being said, I will tell you that over the next week or so, you will see a completely different me. You are going to see a rebrand. And I'm going to talk about that inside of the Patreon also. Beaten Cheeks, fitting name, right, says, wait, what? More wealthy people love to hunt and kill stuff. That was a lame excuse. Let me show you the question again for all of you retards that didn't get it. The first thing that he asked me was, Anton, you ever ate roadkill? Why would I eat roadkill? I don't listen. I don't know what y'all think this is. I don't know what y'all think that rich people are a monolith and all of this stuff. No, I don't eat ran over squirrel. I don't eat roadkill, and I am rich, and I have a different level and a standard for myself. And rich people are not a monolith either. So listen, you may have money, and I don't know if you're rich or not, but you may have money, but I don't eat roadkill. Slug says, our talk just to talk about yourself. That's right. That's why it's called the Millionaire Morning Show with Anton Daniels. I'm going to be really focused, y'all. I'm going to be really focused. I'm not going to go off the way that I used to. I'm moving a little differently now. And so I'm very careful about protecting my peace, like the ladies say. I'm very careful about protecting my peace, and I'm very careful about the people that I even associate myself with going forward. So If y'all interested in roadkill because you have money, then have at it. No, I'm not interested in roadkill, and I have a higher quality and a higher standard of life. And God bless you if you're interested in doing that. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel and turn on your notifications. Yes, I will be rebranding over the next week, 2 weeks, and you are going to see a completely different me. No, I didn't say I wouldn't derail. I said I'm not entertaining low vibration. Derailment is much different than low vibration, right? Derailment is we gonna talk about everything all around the subject and then we gonna bring it back to the subject. Low vibrational conversation, I'm not interested in, man. I'm just not interested in it. Let's deep dive. I always like to start off the show with something that I found interesting inside of my email. And today will be no different. And then I'm gonna be reading super chats and cash apps very shortly after that. All right. Again, make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm. Also, make sure you tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. Let's get it.
It's hard not to respect rich people the more that you know them. And I don't want to sound like I'm kissing the boot of rich people. I also think making it your goal in life to become rich is kind of a low vibrational quest if you're going to go after something big. But I do think the closer you get to them and the more that you hear their stories, it's hard to deny that a lot of them are somewhat exceptionally intelligent or hardworking, or maybe they're neither of those things, but they are usually pretty fearless. They're the type of people who just try things. They don't plan or theorize or complain endlessly. They just take a stab at it. You know, I grew up in New Jersey and I felt like I met a lot of dumb millionaires, kind of like 90 IQ Italian dad types. And it used to rack my brain, like, how do these guys get rich? And I know some people are going to be like, well, they're like doing Tony Soprano stuff. That's why they're rich. I don't think that's true for a lot of them. I honestly think they were just so simple, but they were also bold. If they wanted to start a landscaping company, they'd go buy a $500 lawnmower and then knock on their neighbor's door and then get their first client and then just go from there and figure it out. They wouldn't worry about the fact that they don't have a business plan or they don't have a website, they don't have a marketing plan, they don't have business cards. They would just start and then figure it out. They're very good at that. I think that holds for all successful people. They have this like, let me just try it because probably the problems that are going to arise once I try it are going to be relatively unpredictable, so spending too much time anticipating them is worthless. That's why I say it's hard to not respect a lot of rich people. And trust me, there's the ones who get it handed on a platter and the people who get lucky and stuff like that, and there's scumbags out there. But I'm talking about the majority. When you observe them closely or hear their stories, it doesn't seem like such an injustice that they got rich.
Most people that get money or that get rich or get to a certain place in life, really, they just got bigger balls than the rest of society. They remove the excuses. They don't care about what people think about them. A lot of times they have to do the things that other people are unwilling to do. And they just got bigger balls than everybody else. It's not about how smart you are. You know, you're going to get the Elon Musks, right? You're going to get the Bill Gates. You're going to get the Jeff Bezos. But you're more likely to get rich based off of coming up with one good idea, implementing it, and then seeing it through so that you'll also be able to reap the rewards. Now, the other side of that is people are going to say, oh my God, I can't believe it. Oh my God. I seen somebody wrote me on a video the other day, and it was like, the problem with Anton Daniels, you know, he give good game and he give information, but the problem with Anton Daniels is that, you know, he come from a 2-parent household and he wasn't born in the ghetto. And of course, it's a black woman, right? But they're trying to invalidate the information that you give them, or more importantly, they're trying to actually give themselves an excuse on why they are not where they're supposed to be. And the fact of the matter is this: I know my landscaper has a bigger house than me. My excavator makes a ton of money per job. And it's only him because he has a hard time finding people that want to work. And so he gets his equipment and he go out there and he do his excavation. I have a plumber that I work with that generates a lot of revenue. I mean, he makes a lot of money. And he's usually doing all of the different stuff that's on the job, right? And he makes all of the money. Electricians, business people, e-commerce, all of these different things that people do on a regular basis. They pick something, they don't put together a business plan. And I'm not telling y'all that business plans are bad, but every single time I seen somebody say, I'm coming up with a good idea, oh man, I'm working on something good, or I'm working on something big, or I got a big business plan, they never, ever, ever do anything. They are just talking. They just talk. I know so many smart people with super business plans and they have it all laid out in Excel spreadsheets and Word documents and, this is what I'm going to do and this is the return and all of this other stuff. And I be thinking to myself, who are you? What did you do all of that for? Did you do it for you? Unless you're trying to leverage it so you can go to a bank and say, hey, listen, this is why I need a small business loan or something. Who are you putting that together for? Who are you putting it together for? Most people that wind up getting rich, they are not the smartest. They are intentional. They know how to make adjustments. They know how to look at their losses as a learned lesson and apply it to the next thing. And they just out here and they just pushing. They out here, they pushing. They don't need nobody to tell them nothing. They self-motivated and they going to get it. And a lot of people don't respect that. They don't respect the grind. They don't respect the hustle. They don't respect the people that's actually out there getting it. They don't even respect how easy and how simple it is, but that it actually takes balls, it takes endurance, and it takes the willingness to be able to lose. And that is the difference between people that wind up getting rich and people that don't. And that's the honest to God truth. And obviously, this isn't applicable to every single person or every person that has money or not. But I'm trying to tell you that the people hate the fact that it's so easy, but they don't have the difficult to see it through. Y'all ever seen people that start stop something? You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna get back to it? Oh man, or it take for them to get laid off at their job, for them to say, all right, I'm gonna really focus on my business now. It happens every single day. People are disgusted at the fact that rich people get rich off of simple things. It ain't about no delegating authority. Delegating authority is after you've already started to grow and you've consumed yourself and you're no longer able to spend your time doing things that actually grow the business. Then that's when you delegate authority. You have to grow into delegating authority. What y'all gonna delegate? You ain't got no money, you ain't got no business, you ain't got nothing that you're working towards. What is there to delegate to? What is there to delegate to? It ain't nobody to hire. You ain't got no money to hire. You ain't generating no revenue. You can't pay them. How you gonna hire somebody? Hiring people is when you need to continue to add value to the business, and you can't do it by yourself. If the majority of what I do, let's use what I do for example, right? If the majority of what I do and the thing that generates the revenue is me and being in front of the camera talking, then I need to stay in front of the camera talking. And so maybe once we start generating a significant amount of revenue, I could offload editing. I could offload producing. I can offload this. I can offload that because I need to spend more time getting in front of the camera. The business will show itself when it needs to grow. The last thing that people need to be worried about, the last thing that people need to be worried about is who they need to hire. Keeping it 100 with you. The opportunities for hiring people will show itself when you're generating revenue and you see where you need to grow the business. That's the last thing that you need to worry about when you're starting a business. The reality is this. The reality is this. People hate that it's not more complicated to get rich, but that they're not rich. That's why people are jealous of rich people. They hate that it's not more complicated to get rich, but they're not rich. When they see people explain it and they say, well, it's easy. All you got to do is A, B, and C. That bothers them because they go to school, they get the degrees, they think that somehow, some way that qualifies them to make a bunch of money. But the reality is that it actually takes balls and putting your money up and putting your time up and dedicating yourself and seeing it through and being down for the next 5 to 10 years and just doing it and pivoting and being willing to suffer and being willing to be broke and being willing to be ridiculed and being willing to live with your parents for longer and lowering your lifestyle and not going on vacation and not going out there and spending money where other people are spending money, but you putting the money back into the business and you reinvesting in yourself and you buying new equipment and you simplifying the process and you going through it and you figuring out marketing and you rather put your money in marketing instead of putting your money into a hole. They don't like that because they think that you're supposed to be able to do it the easy way. You're supposed to work your 40 hours. Nope. Getting rich is working 116 hours a week. No, it's not about your IQ. It's about if you're willing to do it long enough to be able to see it through and do it and see the results. It's sacrifice. It's hustle. It's grind. That's what it is. Consistency. It's the basics. Being a likable person. Networking effectively. Doing good business. That's what it is. It's not about coming up with this genius idea. I give people ideas every single day that I know that they're not going to implement because they caught up in their own way of life. They're caught up in their own way of life. Everything that you excel at and you become great at, it's really just consistency. That's it. It's consistency and sacrifice. Consistency and sacrifice. Consistency and sacrifice. That's all. And what happens for rich people is two things when it comes to looking at it from the view of the people that's not rich. This is the two things that happen with rich people. Number one, people are going to villainize them and say that, oh my God, you have too much, you need to give some of it away. Nope. Doesn't matter how many hours you worked on it. Nope. Don't matter how many marriages you lost. Nope. Don't matter that your kids don't is estranged from you. Nope. Doesn't matter that you was willing to stay down and you sacrificed where everybody else was partying and they were taking out student loans and they were having a good time. You were studying and then on your off time, you didn't go and do the stuff that you wasn't supposed to do. You actually went and you worked on your business. They don't care about none of that. What? You got how much? Nobody should have that much. Says who? Says who? How can you tell somebody how much they're supposed to have if they're willing to work for it? How? Says who? That's the first thing that's going to happen is they're going to try to villainize you because You know what? Nobody should be driving that car. Everybody should be driving regular vanilla cars. That's number one. The second thing that's going to happen is they're going to try to invalidate your success by trying to say, oh man, you was raised in a two-parent household. Oh man, but you graduated from high school. Oh man, but because they're trying to make it make sense in their mind why they are not in the same position or better than you. Because they feel like they deserve what you have, even though they didn't work for what you got. So that's what they're going to try. That's the second thing that they're going to do. They're going to invalidate you, and then they're going to villainize you. And that's why a lot of times people that have resources hide from people that don't. Because the people that don't are not curious on how you got it. They curious on how they can take it away from you. Once you get past a certain level, you are going to become the villain in a lot of people's eyes. And they're not going to like you, not because you're not a likable person. They're not going to like you because they're not living the life that you have, or they don't have the access that you have. Jealousy comes in a lot of forms. Jealousy can very much come from the very people that you lay next to every day. It's the people that you deal with every day. Now the question for the people that feel like they're on the cusp, but they haven't quite broken out yet to where they can call themselves or consider themselves rich is, who do you have to let go, and what do you have to no longer associate yourself with in order to get there? That's a great question. I'm going to answer that. Cheap A Boy. That's his actual name. I'm going to answer that. It's a great question. What are you willing to sacrifice? Are you willing to sacrifice the women? Because I'll tell you this too. A lot of people don't want to have this type of conversation. You can't get rich chasing women. We talk that junk online, but in real life, we be locked in. That's the honest to God truth. We talk that junk online, and we be saying what it is and what it ain't, but I'm going to just tell you, you are not going to build your business. You're not going to build this multi-million-dollar empire by chasing women. I am telling you the honest to God truth. You are not. That's why women wait for great men at the finish line, because the men that are building and that are becoming rich are not visible to the women that want them. I don't know one man that got rich chasing women. Personally, in my anecdotal experience of dealing with men, I know men that have been left by women. I know men that have been divorced by women. I know men that have dealt with women that complain at the fact that they don't have any time to spend with them. But I don't know any man that has gotten rich by listening to women. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you, and this is the honest to God truth. Honest to God truth. The more that I focus on other people, the less I make. That's the honest. It cannot be any more real than that. Anytime I start talking about quality time and spending time with people and going out with friends, I make less money every time. Now, I do think that there is a balance that comes along with it. I think that, you can't spend 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the rest of your life. I think you still need to have some time where you enjoy the fruits of your labor. But what I'm trying to tell you is it costs money to have friends. It costs money to have hoes. It costs money to be spending quality time to build relationships. And every time, I've never seen a woman not say, oh my God, when are you coming home? Oh my God, when can we spend some quality time? Or your friends say, hey man, you ain't never around like that. It costs money to be hanging with people and spending time to pretend to be having fun when you really want to get back to the studio and cook up. Cannot be any more honest and transparent with you guys about it. It costs money, it costs time, it costs resources, and you have to be willing to say, nah, I'm good. Or, you know what, I really ain't got time for that. I'm just now getting to the space of my life where I'm starting to think about, okay, so what do I like to do? I don't know no TV shows. I don't know what to watch. If it don't come out at the show, then I don't know nothing about it. I was having a conversation with my daughter yesterday, and I said, man, because she was like, yo, Dad, I want to spend more time in the studio now that I'm down here going to school and all of this stuff. And I said, do we want to buy a console, a gaming console? Is that something that we talked about that for 20 minutes. Maybe we won't. I don't know. Maybe we just get a flight simulator and a racing simulator and we just go with that instead of just getting a gaming console. I don't know nothing about nothing. I don't know when 2K come out. I don't know when Madden, is Madden still a thing? I don't know when NCAA, whatever. If I'm not doing a story on it on here, then I don't know when GTA comes out. I don't know none of that. I don't know. Unless I actually take time out to go to the show, because that is a physical experience. I'm very rarely aware of what goes on. My TV's never cut on unless it's just a background picture. And that is the life. That is the life that it comes with. And so unless you're willing to make that sacrifice and live a different type of life, and everybody says that they are, but very few people are willing to do it, because you can tell by their lifestyle. They got vices, they sleep all day, they don't have anything going on. When they get off of work, they just want to get on the video game. They're not going to work on their business. Then that's going to be the difference. That's going to be the difference. It's somebody that's going to come home from work and they're going to get on the game. And then it's another person that's going to come home from work and they're going to start working on whatever their business is. And that's the separation. And the person, a lot of times, that be on the game, not everybody, they going to sit there and they're going to try to make it seem like, but why can't I play? You can. You can. Just don't complain about the dude that's building his business. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Y'all not reading books. You're not studying. You're not mastering your craft. You're not becoming better so that you actually can get a better job. You just chilling. And you're going to complain when you get laid off. And the cycle continues. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. This extra light is hitting. It's doing what it's supposed to do. It's doing what it's supposed to do. Let me read some of these cash apps, and then I'm going to get to the super chats, and then we're going to dig into the show. All right? Shout out to my dog, Mike That Dude. I appreciate you, Mike That Dude. Let me give you a round of applause, bro. Spencer Campbell. What up, Spencer Campbell? I appreciate you, big dog. Thank you, my friend, for holding me down. John Teo says, check your email when you get a chance. All right, John, I appreciate you for holding me down on that front. Shout out to History Packet with the 2-ball. I appreciate you, History Packet. My dog, Just Christian Black with the 10-ball. Thank you, Just Christian Black. Shin C says, what up, though, with the salute. Shout out to Shin C. Beaten Cheeks says, never eat roadkill. That's some effed up stuff for sure. Thanks for the input, my guy. Try bear and moose game. It is fun. See, that's different hunting, right? When you're talking about elk and stuff like that. But if you start off talking about, Anton, have you ever had roadkill? I have not. I have not been starving to the point to where I feel like I needed to eat roadkill. Thank you, my guy. Appreciate you for the fireball. My dog, Tone, says, good morning, Anton and the Chasers. Just remember, you gave me your word, Anton. What up, Tone? I appreciate you, big dog. Millions 26 says, fetishize. You seen that video that I dropped? Fetishize was kicking your ass the other day, big dog. Yeah, it was. I left it in. I didn't edit it out, though. I left it in. I didn't edit it out. Shout out to you for seeing that video. I forgot all about that. Keon Bell says, yeah, AD, that was dumb. Huh? Roadkill. Maybe ask if you've eaten exotic meats. There's a site that sells 3 pounds of bear tenderloin for $1,000. Really? Wow. Beaten Cheek says, only losers make excuses on why they are broke. Get rid of losers and your life is better tenfold. It's hard for people to let go of some people, though, bro. I ain't even gonna cap. Beaten Cheek, let me give you a round of applause, bro. When I was a broke loser living with my mother, I made excuses and asked for money. Once I stopped asking and started slow, my 100 business turned into 1K, 100K in years. Sacrifice and dedication is all it takes. Facts. That's a fact. See, you get it. You get it. But very few people are going to catch it. Chibe Boy with the 2 ball said, what up? And then he says, how much money would you consider to be rich? All right, that's a really good question. I think that varies from person to person, but you asked me, right? So to answer it specifically, I think that rich is when you don't have to worry about whether or not you have enough money to live the rest of your life the way that you want to live your life. In my opinion, rich is not being a millionaire. You can have $2 million, and I'm going to tell you, that ain't going to last you for the rest of your life, depending on how old you are. You're going to have to be careful on what you buy and how you spend it, and you'll have to budget effectively. I think that rich, I'm going to give you an actual number for me. I think that rich is having the type of money that allows for you to live the lifestyle that you want and not ever have to worry about money again. Rich to me is a minimum of $10 million. $10 million a year. Or not, I'm sorry, not $10 million a year. $10 million in assets and to be liquid. That's it. To have $10 million in investments is rich to me. $10 million in investments and assets and principal is rich to me. Somebody said, if you got 20 million in bad health, are you rich? Yep. You rich with bad health. I think 10 million is the number. 10 M's is the number. Anything above that is money on the board. But 10 M's is the number, and I think you also need to break down what you want your lifestyle to be. No, not 10 million a year, 10 million total in assets. And then you have to start parsing it out based off of what your lifestyle is. I think you could become a millionaire. You can have a 1.2, 1.3, and that don't necessarily translate into you being rich no more. Being a millionaire and being rich is two different things to me. But The number might be different. It may be 8, it may be 5 for some people. It could be, it depends on what you want your lifestyle to be. Aaron says 10 million. What about reoccurring revenue? Well, that's the idea. That's why I said in assets, meaning that you are investing and you generating revenue from that. And the reason why, let me tell you why I say 10 million, is because I think 10 million is enough for you to be able to draw on without necessarily messing with the principal, and you can still reinvest, right? So let's say, for example, you got 10 M's and you want a modest 5% return, or let's say you're doing somewhere between 4 to 8% in return, right? You can draw down $500,000 a year, which is the equivalent of about $45,000 a month, and you will never touch the principal and you'll still be multiplying it. And $40,000, $30,000 to $40,000 a month, I think is enough to really be able to do what you want to do and make some stuff shake. You see what I'm saying now? So if you got 10 million in principal, and let's say you're drawing down 5% based off of the return, and let's say you do a good year, you do a 12% return, which is the equivalent of let's say you make 1.2 million that next year. Because you had a really good year, you did 12%, you can reinvest 700,000. And so your principal is 10,700,000 and still take 500,000 out of that and live a phenomenal life. You understand what I'm saying? So when I equate it, I'm equating the drawdown while not affecting the principal. And then at the same time, that determines what your lifestyle is going to be. You see? So I'm always looking at it like, do you have enough money to live the life that you want to live, get a return on your investment, still reinvest to boost the principal, and live the life that you want to live? And I think that 10 is a really good number at this point. You can do whatever you want after that. And obviously, I look at it like, okay, and also your house is paid off and you don't have no real big bills. You can make some stuff shake after that. You can do whatever you want. A good $45,000 a month, you good. It should be nothing that you shouldn't be tripping off of. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. So, great question. Really, really great question. Let me give you applause for that. I like this new AD evolution is key. Oh man, I got some new rebranding that's coming. It's gonna change. It's gonna change your entire perspective. But it'll be subtle, but you'll notice it. Orlando Williams Jr. says, I've been listening to the wrong people for too long. Well, that's where you got to make the change. Man, how much for a coaching call? Now, I don't talk about prices on the internet. Mimi, what up, Mimi? Says, AD, I just wanted to say I appreciate you. I appreciate you too, baby girl. Yeah, y'all did great last week. I think y'all going to do even better this week. AR is back in the building, said, I think it's pronounced fetish eyes. I got fetish, but fetish eyes. I don't know. That'd be kicking my butt, man. Bean Cheek says, being wealthy, not rich, is when you are no longer relying on anyone but yourself to sustain your family. And whatever lifestyle is comfortable for you, in my opinion. I think that's fair. OTG Noble with the 5 ball says, working on patience, endurance to establish stability and improve mental health. Shout out to my guy, my dog, Mr. Lot. I appreciate this conversation this morning. Salute to y'all. What up, Mr. Lot with the 50 ball? I appreciate you. Thank you, my dog. Mr. Lot out here somewhere in downtown Detroit. Look at Nick. Look at Nick. Here we go with Nick. Nick out here throwing around 100 balls. 100 balls. Hey, Anton, as a mother with young twins, working and now a part-time job, how would you suggest balancing for my show? I feel like I don't have enough time in the day. However, I know what I want and what I'm capable of. Should I slow down so nothing lags at home? The young twins part is crazy to me because I've never been in a situation to where I think that that's the caveat with women is that you have to add in the part with the young twins. You understand what I'm saying? You got to dedicate so much time to them. Um, if I were trying to tell you what to do, just a brown girl in America, I would say this. This would be my advice to you. I wouldn't tell you to stop, but I would tell you to spend time and schedule time to create what it is that you want, right? In the content world. If I'm you, I'm not streaming, I'm doing pre-recorded content. Everything that I create is pre-recorded. And that way you have a set schedule on what time you're gonna lock in, what you're gonna do, right? A lot of times while I was at work, I was able to actually pick and choose the different stuff that I wanted to talk about and I could produce it. And so when I then get home, right, when I set that schedule to record, then I'm just recording and I'm dedicating my time to it. I wouldn't live stream. If I'm building a platform and I'm building a channel, live streaming always is going to come second to actually pre-recorded content. And I'm scheduling the time that I'm going to do it because I want to be consistent on how often I drop it. The weekends, for example, I'm waking up early in the morning and I'm going to put 4 hours into it. Saturday and Sunday, I'm waking up early in the morning and I'm putting 4 hours into it. Yeah, I'm going to talk about it on the Patreon this week when I live stream on Wednesday. I'm going to deep dive more into it. I would completely cut out live streaming. 100%. And I will be focused on building and growing with pre-recorded content. And I would schedule it. Because you can't control what happens around you when you live stream it. Jay said, "Oh, y'all want coaching calls today? I see you. Just around. Shout out to my girl, just a brown girl in America." Anton, would you sell your 2.8% interest rate home if you had to get out of massive debt? No, absolutely not. You'll never be able to get another interest rate that's close to 2.8%. No. You need to pick up a second job. You need to go and make some more money. You need to go in and do some things that generate more revenue. You need to lower your lifestyle, but do not sell your home. Do not pull money out of your home and go and make more money. You hear what I'm saying? Go and make more money. Don't sell your home because then you're going to have to buy another home at a higher interest rate and you basically kicking yourself in the balls. You're not going to get 2.8%. If you got a 2.8% interest rate, you need to stick around with that. And you need to go and make more money. Sometimes y'all problem is lifestyle and generating more revenue. Y'all need to go and make more money to tackle the issues that you got and not increase your lifestyle based off of the money that you make. All right. I'm gonna read that shortly, big dog. I see you. Thank you for the the super chat. I'm gonna read that shortly. But I have to get to some of these subjects. All right. So I have to go over to Chicago. I know y'all be feeling some type of way about Chicago, but we got to talk about it. And the reason why we got to talk about it is because I think that Chicago was such a big part of the culture. And Chicago, in my opinion, is the personification of what's wrong with the culture. You said crazy because I started the lives at the same time. You're not going to grow your platform off of lives. You're not going to grow your platform off of lives. We'll talk about it in a little bit. Let's get to it, y'all.
Breaking out of the Lakeview neighborhood, a driver is arrested in a hit-and-run crash that left a 25-year-old woman dead. This happened last night. Police say she walked in between two parked cars when she was hit by a sedan. The driver left the scene only to hit another SUV, causing a chain collision. The suspect left the second crash, but then crashed again, this time into a tree. He ran away from his car, but was eventually taken into custody. The woman died at the hospital. Charges are pending in the case. Breaking out of Chicago's South Shore neighborhood, 3 people, including a child, are in the hospital following an apartment fire. This happened yesterday evening on South Maryville Avenue. A 29-year-old man and a 1-year-old boy both received burns to their bodies. Each one is in critical condition. A 26-year-old woman was also sent to the hospital where she is in fair condition.
Also breaking, Chicago police are investigating several deadly shootings across the city. In the Little Village, a 29-year-old man was killed in a drive-by shooting on South Kedzie. In the back of the yards, a man was found shot to death on South Honore. And in West Garfield Park, a 32-year-old man died after he was found shot in the head on South Kilpatrick. Police say that he died at the scene. So far, no arrests have been made in any of those shootings.
Have y'all noticed? Look at this. Look at this. Look. You already know why they got killed. You know why they got killed. Anybody looking at this right now, if you just stop the screen for a second, you know why they got killed. This is why I don't shoot dice on the street no more. If I want to go shoot dice, I'm going to go to the casino. More people get killed on the street gambling and shooting dice, getting caught up in certain situations. When I told y'all this the other day, and I said, listen, when I see certain things popping off, I'm out the loop. People hit me up all the time. Hey, man, we got a dice game. We got a home dice game going on over here. Yo, Ty, you need to get over here, man. This big money dice. I just be like, nah, I'm good. Because ain't nobody got more money than the casino. If I want to get caught up in a dice game, then I'm going to go to a place, a safe space, where they going to comp me, they going to give me a bunch of rooms, and I don't have to worry about whether or not I got to come strapped, pulling up to a situation. When you look at all of the killings that's happened across this city, every single weekend. And let me be clear, because I know that Chicago is a part of the diversity, equity, and inclusion. The people in Chicago running in the Victim Olympics, they want to reach out to me. Hey, Ted, how come you don't talk about other cities? Chicago is not alone, but they do have more murders every single year than any other major city in the United States of America. So we use them as an example. And it's a reason why that happens is because every single weekend when people are out, they decide that they want to kill each other, or they want to rob each other, or they want to stuff each other in some kind of suitcase, or they want to kill a woman and put her in a trash can, or they want to do a hit and run and then do another hit and run, or they want to get caught up at a dice game and they want to shoot the op because he ain't give him a chance to win his money back. So my question then becomes again, are you mad at me, or are you mad at the people that continue to perpetuate and live up to the stereotype? Are you mad at me, or are you mad at the people that are meeting the expectation of the stereotype?
And breaking this morning out of Albany Park, a woman is dead following a stabbing at an apartment. This happened just before 2 a.m. on North Avers Avenue. Police said that she was stabbed in the neck. No arrests have been made. How come
every single time that we do a video and we're reviewing what happened the previous weekend for Chicago, and this is Chicago specifically, how come every time we do a video, there always are no arrests being made? Is it me? Every time that we do a video and we're highlighting what's going on in Chicago, every single time, it don't matter if it's 16 people that got shot, it don't matter if it's 6 people that got shot, there's never any arrest made. Never an arrest. No arrest. Hey, and they have no suspects, they have no cameras, there's no arrest was being made, there's no nothing. I know y'all feeling some type of way about the flock cameras. We're going to talk about the flock cameras. People mad about the flock cameras. Every time there's no arrests and nobody, listen, they weren't able to find any suspects. They don't have a description. They don't have a perspective. They don't know what they was wearing. They don't know what kind of car they was driving. She just got stabbed in the neck. It was brutal. Stabbing in the neck. We don't know what happened. We don't know who did it. The suspects are on the loose. We have no leads. We have no leads.
This morning, loved ones were reunited after Chicago police say a shooting took place here on the 1400 block of North LeClaire. Detectives wrapped police tape all around the area as they investigated for hours this morning.
We're getting a ticket that says 3 people shot.
It happened around 8:30. Police say 4 people were standing outside a home when a white sedan pulled up.
House says a male with a ski mask was in the front yard. He had a shotgun. He fired off about 10 shots.
They say a person or people inside shot at the group, hitting 3 of them. Police describe a bloody scene when they arrived.
Well, there's a lot of blood on the front steps here.
Evidence markers lined the front yard and the street as police searched for victims inside and outside the house.
Man down, squad, man down. Are you shot?
Police say a 33-year-old woman, 36-year-old man, and a 43-year-old man were all shot and transported to Stroger Hospital in fair condition. A 30-year-old woman was not shot, but was also transported after she somehow hurt her feet. When we got to the scene this morning, we spoke with a woman who says her sister was inside the house at the time when she heard the gunshots. She's okay, but startled by what happened and says she had to wait hours while police investigated before she could get her morning medication. Police say the suspect or suspects drove off. Detectives are now working to figure out what exactly led up to the shooting and who opened fire. In Austin, Marissa Sulek, CBS News.
I don't remember a time in my life, even before social media, even before YouTube, even before all of this, I don't remember a time in my life where this same story, the same narrative, people hugging each other. Oh my God, oh my God. It was such a good person. You know how many times I've probably heard that? Maybe thousands. Like even on the regular news back in the day or whatever. I can't remember a time in history where the same story and there's different characters and it's a bunch of people around hugging each other, trying to figure out, that's my baby, and I don't know what's going on. I don't remember it's the same stories, and condolences to the people. Condolences to the parents. Condolences to everybody that got shot and all and got killed or whatever. But I'm numb to it. We numb to it. The only time that we get excited is if it's some kind of white person or it's an Asian person that's attached to it. And in that way, we can mobilize, we can call Ben Crump, and we can have some think pieces, and we can start villainizing white people about whether or not they're still killing us and taking advantage of us. But boy, I can't tell you how many stories I done heard in my life, and it's the same conversations over and over and over and over. And it's been like that since I've been a little kid. 3 people shot in the latest neighborhood shooting. There was a drive-by, and they say that it was people with a hoodie on, but they didn't really see who it was. 6 people shot. 3 succumbed to their injuries, and here's the mother. Oh, my baby. Oh, God, I don't know what's going on. Ma'am, can you tell us about the victim? He was a good person. He would never hurt a fly. He would give you the shirt off of his back, and he just wanted to be a good father for his children. You know, thank you. Take it back in the studio, Tom. I can't tell you, or I can't remember a time where that hasn't been. At the top of the hour today, we have a drive-by shooting over in Wicker Park, and 6 people shot, 3 succumbed to their injuries, and everybody was just standing around during the barbecuing, and shots started ringing out. They said they heard about 10 shots, and the suspect got away. No leads, no suspects in the case. I've been hearing this since the beginning of time. Every single city that you can think of. It's the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. And it's been like that since I was a little kid. And we used to laugh at, man, why they get the most ghetto person to go over there and do an interview about what happened?
Chicago.
Community members coming together hoping to be heard beyond the walls of this restaurant in Bridgeport, demanding federal aid to address what they're calling a crime surge in Chicago.
When is this going to stop?
From inside Bold Mongol Restaurant at 35th and Morgan.
So the carnage continues throughout Chicago, and we're tired of it already.
Was a plea from community members coming together in the wake of recent gun violence in Chicago.
I'm not counting on the politicians to fix this. I'm not waiting for the police to do anything. We, the people, have to come together and figure out a different way of when we get upset with one another.
Police are investigating at least 7 separate shootings with no known connections across the city that left several people injured and at least 3 people dead. That includes a man who police say was gunned down in a deadly shooting near 45th and Honorary around midnight. And 2 hours later in West Garfield Park, police say a 32-year-old man was fatally shot in his temple. 30 minutes after that shooting, police say a 29-year-old man standing outside of a car near 28th and Kedzie was killed in a drive-by. And as the sun rose, gunfire erupting just before 8:30 in the morning, leaving 3 people shot near LeClaire and Lemoyne in Chicago's Austin neighborhood. They were listed in fair condition.
Anybody could be the next victim here. So we're calling on federal funding from Congress. We need more violence prevention initiatives.
No. We done with that, fam. We're done with that. Now y'all want more money. More money. I know neighborhoods and communities where they are not rich. They don't generate a lot of revenue. They don't have wealth. And it don't have nothing to do with money. Trump offered y'all to come in and help y'all and send in the National Guard, and y'all rejected him and y'all said no. So he was like, okay, well, cool. I guess y'all got some kind of solution that y'all gonna figure out for yourself and that y'all will be able to do it on your own. And so he left you up to your own devices, and now you're asking for help. We need more money. No, what you got going on ain't working. What you have going on isn't working. And of course, we can break it down. We can talk about the judges. We can talk about the jails. We can talk about prison. We can talk about legislation. We can talk about the Safety Act. We can talk about the governor. We can talk about the city council. We can do it, all of this stuff. If you have money, you have resources, if you have the ability to get out, get out. Immediately. Run. If you have money and you have resources and you have the ability to get out of whatever respective community that is dangerous for your children, do not wait until they start to shoot up your house. Don't wait till a stray bullet come and hit you. Don't wait for something to happen to your kid. Get out. Get out. Those that can will, and those that can't gonna have to deal with it face head on. I used to be one of these people. I did. I was heavy. Oh man, I was so heavy. Oh man, if we let all of the good people leave. This was back when I was like 20, 21, 22. If all of the good people leave that's doing the right thing and paying their taxes or whatever, then, it's just going to give it over to the people that ain't supposed to be here. I pulled that pistol out, tapped on my window. Hey, homie, get out the car. Check them pockets. Leave the keys. Hey, hold on, fam. Keep your hands up. Take that coat off. Take that pelly off. Let me get that up out of you. It's like, so you want to be one of the good ones, huh? You want to be one of the people that's doing right in the community. Okay, well, let me go ahead and get that car from you. Let me get that money out of you. Let me get them cardies off of you. Let me get that pelly off of you. And let me make sure that I go ahead and try to remove your life too while we at it. My whole perspective changed after that. I was like, you know what? You can't just you can't just continue to subject yourself to such foolishness. That's when the idea sparked. I didn't manifest it. I didn't nurture it, but the idea sparked right then and there. And I was like, you know what? We have to start thinking differently about how we start to support the culture in the community, because these dudes is wild and ain't no way in the world that I'm going to continue to just live on the Democratic plantation and let people continue to take from me with no kind of results. I didn't have a rollie at the time. Thank God. And I had just dropped the insurance for my car because I was about to get another car. That car, they took the car, stripped it, burned it up. That car chased me down all the way into the 2020s. They was coming to get the finance company. They never let that go. They was like, listen, we can appreciate the fact that you still have your life, but we loaned you the money for this car. You dropped your insurance on it. We need our money right now, fam. They came and garnished that money even after the 2020s. When I took another position, it was like, we found out where you working at. Flagstar? What? Come on, homie. Come on up out of that money with interest. I forgot all about that car. I forgot all about that car. I forgot all about it. I was like, man. They said, come on, big dog. Come on, give me my money. I ain't even fight it. I was just like, skip it. You might as well just take it. Just take it. Just take the money. I promise to God. They came and got that money. I wish I had the actual physical mailing. It's like, hey, so we holding this money from your job, and we want you to go ahead and hand out, give me the loot. You remember the stream that I showed the letter? Because here's the thing about garnishment companies that a lot of people may not understand. The thing about garnishment companies is this, is that I don't know how it is in y'all city. I don't know how it is on y'all city, or in y'all state, more or less. But in Michigan, you have like, hey Siri, stop. In Michigan, you have a certain amount of time before you can renew. Like before you can renew the lawsuit. So if it's like 7 to 10 years or something like that, and you ever respond or you ever send in a payment, or if they want to renew it and say, hey, we haven't got our money and they never forgot about it, they could renew and they could chase you forever if they wanted to. They came and got that bag. They did. They came and got their bag. They garnished that money and they said, I'll at you for a second. Come and get that money up. Give me the loot. I ain't even fight it. I was like, y'all gonna have it. Y'all coming after it after all of this time, y'all deserve it. Big Dog says, what would you say is the first step to leveling up like that? First step to leveling up like what? I already told y'all what to do. You gotta stop focusing on the women. You have to lower your lifestyle significantly. Bro, our biggest vices as men are women. If we could stop, that's why I'm in support of co-ed. I'm not no longer doing co-ed schools. Because if we can somehow, some way distance ourselves from women for just a little bit of time in our adult life, our problem is box is like drugs. The minute that you unlock the drugs and you get high for the first time, you'll forever chase that high. I don't know what's wrong with us. I don't know why God programmed this way, but it's the worst thing that could ever happen to us a lot of times. And so if we are able to distance ourselves and say, bro, I am not focused on no women right now. I'm not tripping off no women. Bro, do you know the type of adjustments that you'll make in your life? You'll stop focusing on, you'll start eating regular food. You'll start focusing on winning. You'll have a whole bunch of money bulging through your bank accounts. You'll be trying to figure out how to invest it. All of that stuff, bro. But the cost that it comes, like even the cost of getting fresh, super fresh, going out, dating, now y'all want to fly me in and out and stuff like that and all of that type of stuff. Man, listen, bro. First step is, you want to know what the real first step is? The thing that I tell all young people? Don't mess up and have kids out of wedlock. Don't take on student loans. If you can do that, you won in life. You can figure it out. You can figure it out. Don't have any self-inflicted wounds. Don't go to jail. Don't mess up on that time. Don't mess up on this time. And you'll be fine. You got it. You can figure the rest out. Second thing is, don't get caught up with no chicks that you ain't supposed to be with. Is it'll drain you and you'll spend a bunch of time and a bunch of money doing things that you're not supposed to be doing. The third thing that you got to do is you got to lower your lifestyle long enough to get to the success. Fourth thing is, and we're going to get to this later, is to move back in with your parents. Fifth thing is to spend only 25% of your income. The rest of it you should be stacking and investing. Sixth thing is you need to tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description, as well as pinned to the top of the chat, bro. Somebody said, what if women is approaching you? What does that have to do with anything? So just because women are approaching you, that mean that you got to, man, y'all better get some discipline, bro. The ATL Flippers in the building says, thank you, bro, for all of your advice on the Patreon. I just gained over 24,000 new subscribers in less than 3 weeks based off of your advice. If y'all are trying to grow on YouTube, Anton is the right guy. Shout out to the ATL Flippers in the build. They don't believe it. The people don't understand, man. I give all the game. I unlock and I make sure that people be having all of the insight, all of the information. They would rather spend $57 on DoorDash than $9 on getting game that's going to change their life, on something that's going to run up a bag for them. People would rather spend $54 on DoorDash than they would $9 on getting a game that's going to unlock what they can do to change their life. And that's just the facts. It's just the facts. It's the truth. We live streaming this Wednesday. Congratulations, big dog. My dog, Green Blaze, says, hey, Anton, you know I work for the financial services field and can contribute in a bevy of ways like mortgages, final expenses, and asset management. Let me know if you're interested. Shout out to my dog, Green Blaze. Let me give you that, my bling sound. Thank you, my friend. Long Way ENT says, at what age, if you have no money saved for retirement, what would you feel as though you cooked? And do you have a target audience age for your Patreon info? No, the Patreon is open to anybody that's willing to learn, anybody that's willing to do the work. At what age, if you have no money saved for retirement, would you feel like you cooked? If you have $0 invested or saved, because retirement can come in a bevy of different forms. It could be in your 401k, it could be in your 403b, it could be in your military retirement, it could be in real estate. All retirement is being able to have money to sustain your lifestyle, right? It could be in stocks, it could be in a bunch of different stuff. The key to being retired is to have a decent amount that you have invested and to pay off your home. That's the biggest thing. I would say maybe at 60, 65. Once you get past your 60s, then I think that you're going to have to go another route. I don't think that you should not invest in retirement, but I think that you should start to think about starting a business or doing something that's going to be able to sustain you for the rest of your life. Some people are so ignorant and so idiotic. I think that y'all should just bank on working for the rest of your life. Some people are going to work till they die. That's the harsh reality of it. You're not going to convince them. You ain't going to get them to invest. You're not going to get them to buy into the Patreon. You're not going to get them to contribute to their 401k. You're not going to get them to max out. They're not going to contribute to their IRA. They're not going to do anything. And some people are just going to have to work till they die. It's the end of the conversation. I plan on working for the rest of my life, but I don't feel like, but I'm not going to need to work. Terrell says, West Garfield is my old hood in Chicago. This is the first year I haven't went back home for the holidays. The streets not talking. Talk to them. Talk to them. Laymar on air says, where is Hank Voight and intelligence? Wesley Turner says, with the foul ball, the culture lives off of suffering. It's reflected in all of the media that we put out. Every song and movie is about victimhood and suffering. Brick Squad in the building says, aw, so you did have the buffs. I had to, when I got robbed, I had the wires. I had wires on me. I didn't have buffs on me at the time. Keeping it 100. I wasn't wearing buffs. I was wearing wires at the time. Anton, what up to my dog Million G New? 6353 with the 20 ball. Appreciate you, big dog. Anton, first time catching a live. Wife and I moved to a new state. I have an AI tech job, struggling with my own business, building consistency. Just turned 30. How can I stay on track and focus? Y'all need to get a calendar. Get a calendar. Get a calendar. Get a calendar. Get a calendar and live and die by it. Get a Google Calendar and live and die by it. I don't do anything unless I check with my calendar first. Everything that I think is important is on my calendar. From the time that I stream, to the time that I record my other videos, to the time that I then stream again, to the time that I go and check on real estate, to the time that I go, now the time that I work out, everything is in my calendar. Everything is in my calendar. I live and die. You have to live and die by your calendar. That's because you just winging it. April, what up, my girl? April says, good morning, Bag Chaser family. I buried my mother this weekend. Say a prayer or two for your girl. Oh, man, God bless my girl, April L. Bless her. Give her strength. Give her peace. Bless her family. Give her peace within her spirit and bless her not to grieve for a long time and remove that heaviness from her heart and replace it with love and peace and friendship and great times and great experiences. In Jesus' name, amen. Shout out to April. Y'all send up a prayer for my girl April, man. Laymar on there says, I'm almost 37 with no kids. I'll be making them drink it. Jesus. New rule, Lamar on air has now messed up super chats. Now we're going to pre-vet the super chats before we read them. Now we're going to pre-vet. It's y'all fault. Listen, I'm going to treat y'all just like I treat my daughter. Rules are for people that don't know how to control themselves and contain themselves. So, because you guys don't know how to be adults and y'all want to be little kids inside of the chat and say crazy stuff, now I have to implement rules. See, when rules come, they don't come as a result of people doing the right thing. They come as a result of people not being able to control themselves. So Lamar on air at 37 years old decided that he wanted to tell us that he makes them drink it because he's scared of child support. So now, because this is a room 9 that flies, Millionaire Morning Show, we're trying to clean up some things, okay? So now we're going to have to change things because Lamar does not, at 37 years old, know how to control himself. So now we got to pre-vet super chats because Lamar is not being an adult right now, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Kenny says, thoughts on student loans for a Max 7, MBA and finance. I hate student loans. I'm going to keep it 100 with you, bro. I hate them. I don't like them. I don't see what the return on investment is for that. I don't like student loans, bro. I don't like student loans. I think that you can lower your lifestyle. You can lower your lifestyle and then you can pay for it. Pay for it, bro. Most colleges will actually put you on a payment plan for that semester. They'll give you a 4-month payment plan and they'll break it down. And so I think you can pay for it, bro. Man, listen, bro. I'm so off of debt right now. I'm so off of that type of debt. No more student loans, bro. Unless you're becoming a spine surgeon or a neurosurgeon of some sort, anesthesiologist, no more student loans for my people. I rebuke people needing student loans in the name of Jesus, bro. I'm just tired of people being in debt, man. I'm tired of the banks making money off of y'all because y'all taking out student loans, man. I don't like it. I don't like it, bro. No more student loans, man. We off that. Somebody said, no, don't pre-read. I ain't got no choice. I don't have any choice. Come on, man. We done with student loans, bro. No. Pay for it. If you love it enough, then stack and pay for it. If you love it enough, then stack and pay for it. We done with student loans, big dog. We done with that. We not doing that no more. All right? Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. We got a couple different segments that I want to address. The WNBA. All right? Also, make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. And get that money. Let's get this money, y'all. Let's rock out.
Things are heating up in the WNBA right now, largely off the court, after Indiana Fever guard Sophie Cunningham voiced support for banning transgender girls and women in female sports in a recent ESPN interview. Then doubling down.
When it comes just to protecting young girls in sport and women in sport, I feel very strongly about that.
Protests popped up outside her next game against the Seattle Storm. both in support and against her. Other fans wore T-shirts printed with XX and XY chromosomes on them. Cunningham and the Fever went on to win that game, but not before Seattle Storm co-owner Celeste Keaton got into it with fans who were holding signs supporting Cunningham. A day later, Keaton was suspended from going to the team's next 5 home games and fined an undisclosed amount by the league. The team apologizing to fans for the confrontation. Then, at Sunday's game in Minnesota, Lynx coach Cheryl Reeve let her shirt do the talking with "Trans Kids Belong" written on it. She and Cunningham speaking on the court before the game. Keeping things civil, Reeve addressing the conversation with the press afterward.
I think both of us understand that we have platforms, and we both talked about wanting to, more than anything, educate. It was nice to be in person for sure.
And Cunningham's teammate, superstar Caitlin Clark, played it diplomatic in response to the controversy.
It's not really a discussion we really have in our locker room.
But it's not preventing tons of less civil chatter online.
So let's get something straight. Sophie Cunningham can make publicly transphobic comments, triple down on them, and continue to play without facing any real consequences.
Of course, it's not the first time sports have clashed with the political arena. When some players take stands, a firestorm can follow.
Wouldn't you love to see one of these NFL owners, when somebody disrespects our flag, to say, get that son of a bitch off the field right now, out, he's fired.
So keep the political commentary to yourself, or as someone once said, shut up and dribble.
How did we get to the point where people are saying that these are anti-trans comments, that the coach is saying that trans kids, what does this shirt say? Trans kids belong? What does that even mean? I never thought that let me change that. Within recent years, I have thought that eventually this would come to a head, because you can't stand on it, and we're going to get into it on the next segment of men actually declaring for the WNBA draft. You can't say this without at some point somebody actually taking advantage of it and it becoming a thing. You can't say that. You can't say this. What does this mean? What does this mean when it says trans kids belong? Belong to what? Belong to what? The WNBA is in shambles. Not only do they already put out a bad product, not only are they already problematic in the women asking for too much money, not only was the All-Star game a reflection of how bad they were as players, now we have part owners getting into it with fans that support Sophie Cunningham. The owner is arguing with fans in the stands. They have a hard enough time trying to get people to come to these stupid games anyway. The owner is arguing with people in the stands because one of the players actually said that they shouldn't have men and women's sports. Now, remember this, y'all. All she said was, she didn't say that she hated black people. She didn't say that, she didn't speak on a war with Iran. She didn't speak on Israel and Palestine. She didn't talk about South Sudan or anything like that. She didn't talk about Rick Chow or Nolan Wells. Her big viral moment is coming from her saying, hey, listen, trans men or men, biologically born men, should not be in a woman's sport. Trans men, basically biologically born men, should not be able to play in a woman's sport, and everybody is losing their mind. Everybody has jumped off of the virtual bridge and have a strong opinion. Now all of a sudden you're transphobic. What's next? We're going to say that people that are under the age of 12 shouldn't drive cars. I seen somebody was doing a deep dive. Somebody sent me an email and they were doing a deep dive. And in this deep dive, the person was saying that somebody was trying to relate to the idea of people liking children and not being able to control themselves. And you actually seen people in the comments supporting it. And so I was like, I had to re-listen to it again. And I try not to listen to stuff again because I don't want certain things to be in my algorithm, so I don't be wanting to replay it sometimes. But this one I went ahead and I listened to it again. And I was like, what? Y'all thought it was controversial back in the day to say that a man and a woman should not even be able to get married. Now we're having debates, real life debates. There are people that are on the wrong side of history. We're having real life debates from people that are saying that disagree with the idea that biologically born men shouldn't be able to play in women's sports. How? Who? Where? Now, let me say this. I'm going to add this part in there, and I know that y'all going to probably be bothered by it, and that's okay. It's all right. You don't have to agree with me on everything. Up to this point, for the most part, fortunately and unfortunately, this has not been a black conversation. Up to this point, for the most part, I have not been seeing black people get involved in these conversations en masse. Now, the other side of that, though, is black people still align themselves en masse with a party that continues to push this narrative. And my question is, why? Why? Hello? Yes, ma'am. What's up?
Belong written on it. She and Cunningham speaking on the court before the game, keeping things civil, Reeve addressing the conversation with the press afterward.
I think both of us understand that we have platforms, and we both talked about wanting to, more than anything, educate. It was nice to be in person for sure.
And Cunningham's teammate, superstar Caitlin Clark, played it diplomatic in response to the controversy.
It's not really a discussion we really have in our locker room.
But it's not preventing tons of less civil chatter online.
So let's get something straight. Sophie Cunningham can make publicly transphobic comments, triple down on them, and continue to play without facing any real consequences.
Of course, it's not the first time sports have clashed with the political arena. When some players take stands, a firestorm can follow.
Wouldn't you love to see one of these NFL owners, when somebody disrespects our flag, to say, get that son of a off the field right now, out, he's fired.
So keep the political commentary to yourself, or as someone once said, shut up and dribble.
He is not vaccinated. That is a stunner. That is a bombshell. I've got some strong opinions.
But the debate in the WNBA is all coming to a head as the country grapples with the rights of transgender and female athletes. An NBC News poll shows most Americans oppose trans women competing in female sports. But supporters say bans on trans athletes, especially in youth sports, encourage bullying, discrimination, and even violence, and that trans people represent an extremely small percentage of competitors across all levels. A number of leagues recently taking action, the NCAA changing its policy last year, effectively barring trans athletes by limiting competition in women's sports to those assigned female at birth. And the International Olympic Committee this year saying only, quote, biological females can compete starting with the 2028 LA Games. The WNBA does not have a specific policy on transgender athletes. In 30 years of the league, there have been no known players that transition from male to female.
Brittany Griner? Have y'all seen Brittany Griner? Man, let me tell you something, bro. Brittany Griner has been operating just like a straight up man. Brittany Griner got 2 child support cases out against her. Voice is deep. Yeah, what's up now? Brittany Griner, it gotta be the exception. Ain't no way in the world that y'all gonna tell me, nah, man, listen. I'm keeping it real. Let me see something.
When they were checking me in, they had me stripped down butt naked in front of a room of like probably about 7, 8 men. And they had the Polaroid and they got me spinning in a circle while they like taking photos, right? Of my tattoos, because my tattoos are, whatever they are. That was their last little, I guess, addict to mess with me.
Am I off? Am I off? Filing for divorce, paying for child support. Real talk. The whole time, just sounding just like and a deadbeat at the same time. I said, that gotta be a black man from the hood right there. No. She's no Brittany Griner. Let me pull up a picture, bro. Brittany Griner is going through the same thing as Paul Pierce when it comes to child support, fam. $2026. I just had something pop up on my feed that just absolutely destroyed my entire perspective. I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted. When I typed in Brittany Griner on Google and I got on Safe Search, this is why this is why I don't just put stuff on the screen and start searching through it. Is because I seen Brittany Griner with no shirt on. Y'all know Brittany Griner ain't got no up tops. Brittany Griner don't have no up tops. Did y'all know that? I have Safe Search on. Brittany Griner don't have no up tops. And I have Safe Search on, and Brittany Griner ain't got no up tops, bro. Man, what is this? Look at this. That's Michael Porter Jr. That's not Brittany. That's Michael Porter Jr. You said up tops is crazy. Well, what else am I supposed to say? I'm trying to be a lot more amicable. I'm trying to be I'm trying to I'm trying to be more friendly with the audience that we have. What else would y'all like for me to call them? You said, what is up tops? You know what up tops is. Stop. Stop. I didn't know that she didn't have, I didn't know that she didn't have up tops. I did not know that honestly, when I just pulled this up, I said, what in the Jesus is going on here? No up tops. Somebody said, Kay Cooper says she's a female at the end of the day. That's true. Because if it was, you know how I determine whether or not somebody is a male or a female, regardless of how studly they are? The way that I figure it out is I do this. I say, what would happen? What would their value be in the apocalypse? If everything went Book of Eli today, all right? This is the good way for y'all to figure this out. I need another cup of coffee, no cream, no sugar. I ain't had no hot chocolate today. I ain't had nothing but water. Today. I'm clear. I had a good night's rest. I am focused. I'm paying attention. The way that I evaluate the value of a woman is what would her worth be in the apocalypse. If we went Book of Eli, yeah, this is Ben Simmons for real. If we went Book of Eli today, what would a woman's value be? And definitively, Brittany Griner would be more valuable than any man on this earth because women would be the new currency in the apocalypse. That's just the facts. That's the facts. The only things that will matter in the apocalypse is food, protection, and women. And if all of this, no, she not, she is, she not, was you born by, all of that will go out the window. All of that will go out the window. You got a woman? Woo! Food, protection, and women. That is when we go back to the basics of what it is that we strive for and exist, we live in an environment and we live in a space today where we've been blessed to take on all of these social issues and this is what's going on. We've been blessed to be in an environment where nowadays, people have lost their minds. But when you get to the root of it, what is the value of what it is that you're around? Right? What's the value of it? It's based off of what the desire would be in the apocalypse. At the end of times, how valuable would she be? And they would look at her as a woman. They would chop that tree down all day long. They would chop that tree down all day long. That is a hardcore, straight up and down woman. I'll just literally, if y'all ever hear any, if you hear anybody say up tops, you know where they got it from because I just made that up right now. I just made that up right now. If you hear anybody mention up tops, then you know where they got it from because I literally just made that up right now. But that's what they are. They up tops. Well, what else am I supposed to say if I'm being politically correct? Anton, you ever tried armadillo eggs? No. What is an armadillo egg? I don't even know what that. I don't even know what that is. What is an armadillo egg? Let me read. If you walk up to a girl, think about it like this. If you walk up to a girl and if you want to be offensive, right? Or if you want to ask her something, or let's say, for example, something is wrong. I remember one time, man, this was crazy. I went to a water park, and at the water park, they got like this surf thing or whatever. And so, it's like this, it's like a manufactured wave surfing thing. I know y'all know what I'm talking about when you go to a water park, right? And there was this girl, and she had these huge up tops, right? And so she fell off the wave, she was on the surfboard, and so she wiped out. And so, when you wipe out, the wave pushes you up back to the top of the thing where the people try to put you on there, right? And all of her up tops had fell out. All of her up tops had fell out. And so if you're trying to get her attention and you say, hey, you got to put this together, because she didn't know. She was like, what? What's going on? What's going on? And she had huge up tops. She had huge up tops. And so I was like, hey. So if you say to her, your up tops are out. Versus saying, oh, man, I actually know her too. She was on a trip with us, and at the time, she must have been at she was past D's. I was like, your tickle bitties. The tickle bitties are out. So we was at the water park, and she was like, what? What's wrong? She couldn't hear that good. She was like, what's going on? Your tickle bitties are out. She was like, oh. That was crazy.
Hi, you. Hello.
Hey, what up? This Anton.
Hey, babe. What's going on?
Do you remember when we was at the wave park and your up tops fell out?
Why would you bring that up?
Cause I was just thinking, and I was like, we was trying to get her attention, and
we was at Kalahari.
Yeah, and you wiped out, and you didn't know your up tops was out. How didn't you feel your up tops was out?
Because when we was on that little thing, I was on that way, that little surfboard thing.
Mm-hmm.
And first of all, I'm heavy chested.
Yeah, I know, but you didn't even get a. I don't think you had got a reduction before then, though.
No, I didn't. And
how what size were you?
Like a double H at the time. And
you was a double H?
I was trying to get my attention. And I thought y'all was saying like I was doing good. So I was like, yeah. I was waving my hands up, trying to. God. And y'all was laughing and I thought y'all was laughing with me, like, yeah, you jamming. And then next thing I know, I happened to look down, and the man told me, he was like, ma'am. And I looked down, I was so embarrassed. And then Dave, ignorant butt, was like, yeah, they probably got it on camera.
You know what? I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, dog, it is so good that didn't happen during the social media era.
I know. That's so many years ago, so God is good.
All right, I'm going to call you back.
All right, man.
Y'all don't be believing me with these stories, and I be trying to tell y'all, listen, every story that I tell y'all, every single story that I tell y'all is 100% true. 100% true with no lack of accuracy. I am telling you that it is so true. Crazy stories. When I don't know how it comes back to me when I'm thinking about it, but I'm trying to tell you that some of these stories be like, whoa, I can't even remember that. Can't believe that happened, bro. Double H up tops. She had to get a reduction. I said, you got to get a reduction after this. This is crazy what we seeing right now. Crazy what we seeing right now. Double H up tops. Natural. Crazy. Anyways, super chats. Oh man, long way ENT says I'm 46, 88,000 in my 401k, and 2K invested and 16K in debt. I feel like I'm behind. You are behind. If you feel like you're behind, then you're behind. First thing you got to do is get rid of the 16,000 in debt. Second thing you need to be doing is maxing out every year. Every year max out. If somebody sit there and tell me and say, "Oh man, I can't max out," you can max out. You just don't want to reduce your lifestyle. Every year max out. You should be putting 22 something? What's the max that you can put in your 401k nowadays? Let me see. Let me talk to baby girl. Because they change it every year. What's the max that you can put in your 401k this year?
For 2026, the maximum employee contribution limit for a 401k is $24,500.
$24,500. You need to be putting $24,500 every year. But don't put it in. Okay, so here's the hack. Do not max out before the end of the year. You should be maxing out in December because you want to make sure that you get the match. You need to be maxing out every year, bro. Maxing out every year and then putting all of your savings into investments. $24,500 every year. $24,500 every year. Max out. You need to be maxing out. All right? We'll talk about it later. Good question, though. I like the transparency. I love it. Wheel OCD, what up to you for the 2-ball? I'm betting these before I read them. Emmanuel Martin says, I haven't balled in years and I'm about to declare. Wesley Turner says, can't speak against orthodoxy of liberalism. Shout out to you. Wheel is in the building, says, hey, Anton, recently lost my father in January. He has a VA mortgage facing foreclosure. How can I save his home without refinancing my 3.5% home? Thank you. Oh, man. So wait a minute. Y'all haven't been paying a mortgage? Here's the key. Here's a tripped up thing about when people die is that if you still have a mortgage, a lot of times it's hard for you to call the finance company and say, hey, I want to take it over, because they basically going to tell you to basically take out a loan and then transfer it in your name. Or you would have to go through it in probate court and do all of that type of stuff. The thing that I would say is there's no other way for you to take out money. There ain't nobody for you to loan from, for you to be able to catch up on the mortgage. If you can catch up on the mortgage and then get to the point where you can pay it off. Then you can get with a lawyer, and then y'all can work on getting it transferred, getting the deed transferred into your name. But you're gonna have to get it caught up on a mortgage. I don't know what other options that you have. Maybe you can pull out a HELOC. You don't always want to necessarily refinance your home. You can pull out a HELOC. You can take out a home equity loan, and basically you putting your home up as collateral in order to draw down on it, right? Take out what you need from the HELOC at the interest rate, catch up on the mortgage, pay the HELOC off, and then you go from there and put a renter in that house until you can pay it off. I don't want you to lose your interest rate, bro. You could borrow out of your 401k. Do you have money in your 401k? Because you don't have to withdraw. You can borrow from your 401k. The problem is that y'all waiting until it almost is in foreclosure before y'all tried to save the house. If you able to get some money out of your 401k, borrow out of your 401k, you can do that this week. They'll have a check to you and wired to you this week. I would borrow from my 401k, bro. Borrow from your 401k and catch up on the mortgage. And then once y'all got that breathing room, then you can figure out what to do with the property. I don't know what options that you have. I don't know how much money you got put up. Defiant. My dog Brandon in the building says, I've been trying to join the top tier of your Patreon for 2 years. Says it's for, well, the people be loving it. Now, come on, Brandon. Now you know that the people love the top tier. People love to seat at the table. Jay Dreamer says, nobody leaves a seat at the table. Jay Dreamer says, maybe it should be changed to NWBA, Natural Women Basketball Association. That will fix it, or maybe make it worse. I don't know. It's already bad. Lamar, let me read his stuff. Someone gonna score 947 points on Angel Reese. I gotta vet Lamar's now. Pop, what up, Pop? Pop says, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil. That put darkness for light and light for darkness. That put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Shout out to my dog, Pop. Appreciate you, big dog. OTG Noble in the building. What up, OTG Normal? I appreciate you, bro. My oldest boy scored an 89 on the ASVAB, and I'm thinking to join the Marines or the Air Force. My question to you is, what will be the best job he should go for? He's also thinking about going to school while in the military. I'm going to be honest with you. If he's not going to be an engineer, then he should be a pilot. If he's going to join the Air Force, I would leverage that to ultimately be a pilot. Pilots kill it. Pilots, if he's not going to be some sort of an engineer, in my opinion, I think that he should go for being a pilot. They'll never not be in demand. They always make a lot of money. They always will be able to travel the world. And it's a secure job that you don't have to worry about AI or anything replacing them long term. I will go to the Air Force and I will be a pilot. And shout out to your kid, man. Shout out to your kid. Just a Brown Girl says, I'm telling you, Anton, it's a dude. She doesn't even have marks. That's crazy, Nick. Crazy, Nick. RD says you'll need a second job just for the 401k. Nah, you don't need no second job for no 401k. Y'all need a second job for y'all lifestyle. Spherical Jumper says, I am 30 years old and own a digital marketing company that makes me $20,000 to $60,000 a month. I've owned my condo for 5 years and have over 100K saved. Single with no kids. What's the next step for me? Okay, hold on. I'm confused. You make $20,000 to $60,000 a month net, or you make 20 to 60,000 a month gross. Because net and gross is two different things. If you're netting between 20 and 60 a month, why do you not have that home paid for? If you're netting $20 to $60,000 a month, why do you not have no debt? Why do you even have a mortgage? First thing you should do is be paying off that house. The second thing that you should have is a brokerage account, and all of that money should be being invested. The third thing that you're going to do is you're going to leverage real estate to minimize. I can't be giving y'all all the Patreon game. Yeah, man, you need to be paying off that house because you don't even know how long that's going to last. 100% pay off that house. And y'all can't listen. Don't go too off on them too hard, because when you first start getting money like that, you're gonna buy some things and you're gonna trick off. You're gonna have a good time. You're gonna do some things. I ain't faulting you for that, but at some point you gotta actually pay that junk off. Shout out to Mr. Keefe. Appreciate you, big dog, for holding me down with the 2-ball. All right, y'all. We gotta continue on with the show. Oh, Carrie is in the building. By the way, y'all, I was kicking Carrie's butt yesterday. Let me tell y'all something. I was cussing Carrie out last night. Me and Carrie had like a 45-minute conversation last night, and I was cussing her off. I cussed her up left. I cussed her down right. I cussed her out on the middle, and I cussed her out all down the back. And I said, didn't I tell you? I got my belt out on Carrie. I ain't even going to lie to y'all. I had a belt. When I was talking to Carrie last night, I literally had my belt out. Didn't I tell you to do this and to take care of this and to do this and to do that? Oh, man. I was cussing Carrie out last night for old and for new. And to her credit, she took it. She took it like a G. It was over an hour. To her credit, I'm going to keep it 100. She did take it like a G. I cuss Carrie out for old and for new, for left and for right. And I'm going to tell you, women are more receptive to getting cussed out than men. So I got to give her some credit. Oh, yeah, I was cussing Carrie out big time last night. Big time. Big time I was cussing Carrie out. Oh, see, I'm harder on the people that's cool with me than what I be telling y'all, than what I be hard on y'all. What's a lie? Did I cuss Carrie out yesterday? Shh, you crazy. Carrie's used to getting cussed out on me. She haven't gotten cussed out in a long time, so I had to catch up on the cussing out. But Carrie is used to getting cussed out by me. She don't even trip about it. She just take her L's and she be like, yep, we on there. All right, cool. I don't even love you until I cuss you out. We just keep it at 100. I don't even love you if I don't cuss you out. Let's move along, ladies and gentlemen. We got to get to the next part of the show. So Stephen A was getting on me about this. Let me make sure that I say his name right. Enes Kanter, right? Enes Kanter. Stephen A was like, Anton, why are you saying his name like that? I said, I don't know, Steve. This is the way that I say it. Did I get it wrong? He said, I need you to pronounce it like this. Shout out to my dog, Stephen A, man. Actually, it's Enes Freedom. He had changed his name to Enes Freedom. And Enes decided that he wanted to declare for the WNBA draft. Take a look.
After careful consideration and reviewing the current eligibility guidelines, I am officially declaring myself a WNBA prospect. If simply declaring who you are is all that's required, then I meet every single requirement necessary to compete in the WNBA. My team and I have carefully examined the WNBA's eligibility criteria and governing framework surrounding self-identification and inclusion. Based on the current guidelines, I can and am officially declaring my eligibility for the upcoming WNBA draft in May 2027. I am definitely not here to mock, make fun of, or disrespect any community or personal choices. I am simply asking that the current rules be applied equally to everyone. The rules that represent the very values many WNBA players and coaches have publicly advocated for. My team and I are prepared to ensure these guidelines are applied equally, consistently, and without exception. And I look forward to the WNBA honoring its stated principles. See you at training camp.
Oh, earlier this week, I made the announcement. I'm transgender. I'm a woman. I identify as sometimes identifying as a woman for purposes of basketball, professional basketball. So I'll be declaring for the WNBA draft in 2027 as well. I mean, I think I'd be unstoppable, but I'm a team first guy. I'm a pass first kind of player. I do the little things. I led my team in all 5 major stat categories at Iowa State University. So I do a little bit of everything. I'll do whatever the coach needs me to do. I'll do whatever the girls need me to do.
Mm-hmm. All kidding aside, what is the reason for your decision to declare for the WNBA draft?
No, I think it's only fair. I see other great minds, other great athlete, political minds like Enes Kanter. Great minds think alike, and it's only fair that some of us get a shot to play in the Women's Association. I think I'd be a great fit. I still have low mileage as a player, and I got the natural fair skin and the nice thick eyelashes and whatnot. I haven't broken out my wigs yet, but I'm looking into some good ones. I don't know much about the wigs, but I'm looking into some.
These guys, as retired former NBA players, would absolutely, positively dominate. And when I say dominate, they would dominate. I forgot that Royce White had actually been an NBA player. I did. I had forgot. I was only looking at Royce White was his association with Jason Whitlock, and then I had seen his debate with the other young guy on Stephen A. Smith, and all of that type of stuff. I had forgot that Royce was an NBA player. I did. And some people are saying, I did a video to this on the Anton Daniels channel, and the people was like, yeah, I support you. Go off Queen and all of this other stuff. Aaron Miller says he didn't play long. It don't even matter that he didn't play long. These guys at some point was the top 500 people in the world. In the world. Somebody said, what are we watching? We're watching them actually, because see, here's the problem with culture and society. It don't make sense until it don't make sense. What does that mean, Anton? It doesn't make sense until it doesn't make sense. It means that people don't actually believe what they're doing, but they advocate for weirdness. They advocate for this gender war that we got going on. They do it until they actually can start getting an example of what that really looks like. And so it doesn't make sense until it doesn't make sense. You have to actually see it in action. You have to actually have to deal with the consequences of your actions. Until you do, until you actually get somebody, because men and women's sports is going to continue to be debated. It's going to continue to be a hot topic. It's going to continue to be people wearing their t-shirts. Oh my God, we need to support them. We need to do this. We need to do that. It's going to continue to be an issue until you get a man and a woman sport And they absolutely destroy it at the highest level. Unless you get that. Unless you get that, you not going to believe that it's a real thing. We can explain it till we blue in the face, and I'm going to also hold women accountable on this. I believe that it is y'all fault. I truly believe in my core. In my core, this is why I don't believe in female leadership. And I'm keeping it 100 with y'all. I don't believe in female leadership. Because ever since we unlocked the door, listen, men have been warring since the beginning of time, but men war for real progress, technological progress, making our lives easier, simplifying the way that we farm food, for property, to close off our borders, to free the slaves, force whatever, right? To build up society. We fight, whether you like it or not, for real, tangible things, and that's why it's so meaningful for us. That's why we're willing to die for it. I even hate the way that women compare themselves to men, and that, are y'all really willing to die for what you believe in? Because you know what, one of the most interesting things that I've been focused on, that I've been watching on the internet, is Ukraine and war. I've been studying the Ukraine and Russia war, how it's evolved in their warfare since the start of the war, and how Ukraine has literally mastered the art of being able to fly a drone. They fly a drone like how them drone operators can fly through the houses for the real estate looks and stuff like that. And so basically, the Ukraine drones then target the Russian soldiers or the Russian whatever, and they mollywhopping. Russia is getting their A kicked. They are getting beat down in every single... Bro, Russia has been exposed. It ain't no way that y'all gonna sit here and tell me that Russia is a superpower. I've been watching Russia get mollywhopped. Russians are suffering in their own cities. They're getting bombed in their own homes, in their own cities. And I've been watching it, and I've been studying, and I've been mastering a whole conversation about what's happening between Russia and Ukraine. And Ukrainians are now, you force them into a corner and you turn them into monsters. You turn them into super soldiers. So now Ukrainians have mastered the art of being able to launch cheap drones and beat the crap out of Russia. And they are whooping Russians like you've never seen before. Whooping Russia. And at any time, Russia could say, you know what? We don't want to take over Ukraine anymore, so we chilling. But the point of me bringing that up is, when you look at these drone videos, right? They're not just doing them from a long distance. The drones themselves are actually recording the reactions of the men that are on the battlefield fighting this war. So you could see the fear in their eyes. Sometimes they toy with them, all of this stuff, because we have never really truly seen the face of war. We haven't really seen what it looks like when somebody is willing to die to save their country, or die to stop somebody from invading, or put their life on the line, right? Put their life on the line. We've never seen that before. But I don't think that we've ever seen women truly willing to die for what they believe in. Real talk. Since women got the freedom to do what they want to do, vote, work, diversity, equity, and inclusion, whatever it is that they wanted to do, what issue have they taken up to where they're willing to put their lives on the line for? Because it's easy to protest. It's easy to take your shirt off and show your titties and say, we're standing for women's rights and don't touch us. It's easy to go out there and put behind Kamala Harris and all of this other stuff. But see, it's different when you're talking about somebody is willing to die put their life on the line for whatever respective issue is a real thing. It's easy. Men have rushed into battle knowing that they probably have a 1 to 2% chance of living. So you're not going to see any real change. You're not going to see anybody back off, because I blame this on women. This particular issue, this one is at y'all doorstep, ladies. And I'm trying to be a nicer person. I'm trying to be more amicable. I'm trying to be more helpful, all of this stuff. This is at y'all doorstep. Because y'all advocated for this. Since we've been in a situation where women have had the freedom, y'all have figured out how to ruin so much. And at the top of it is advocating for women sports to be taken over by biological men. And you have men that are basically fighting y'all, and we're not even the ones that are affected by it. Think about that for a second. I'm sitting here and advocating for a cultural shift to where men, biologically born men, shouldn't be in women's sports. And women will argue me down, and they're the ones that are affected by it. Your daughters, right? Your sassy sons. Well, I've even seen so many hypocritical women to where they'll have gay best friends and sit here on previous Q shows. Women don't have gay best friends, and then shout out to my girlfriend Molly, gay best friends, and then they'll sit there and debate with me about the fact that I can't believe that these men are sassy. You have a gay best friend. What are you talking about? You spend more time around a man that likes to lay down and let another man lay on him, and you're sitting here telling me about what? And so when we see this, and they going after Sophie Cunningham, and they're fighting him, and they saying, oh my God. So now, it's not going to work until you see Joanna Man, bro. It's not going to work. Nobody is ever going to believe that fat meat is greasy until you see Joanna Man. Until Joanna Man come through like this, you're not going to see it. You're never going to see any real change, any real consequences, any of that other type of stuff. Until you see DeMarcus Cousins, a DeMarcus Cousins type dude, go out there and dunk on their head. They not going to believe it. Everything is cool and everything is a message until it's real in front of your face. That's the Shaq dunk. You know when Shaq jumped up and he grabbed it with two hands and then he do it? That's what he did to, I forgot what his name was. When he dunked on him and then he pushed him down, that was a Shaq dunk. It ain't going to be real until you dunk on him and then you kick him. They fall down. Oh my God, he kicked me in my titties. It ain't going to be real. It's not going to be real until you get a man showering inside of a women's locker room. Why do we have to sit there and fight you for what's best for you? Why do men have to sit there and try to convince you that you shouldn't have another man Have y'all ever, bro? You can't even play wrestle with a chick too hard. If you play wrestle with your girl, right? Chris Dudley, shout out to the chat. If you play wrestle with your girl, you literally have to treat her like a child. Guys, when they like, I don't know if y'all, because I had brothers, so we would like get into it, but we wouldn't get into it to the point to where we would actually try to hurt each other. So we would do stuff like slap box, we would wrestle super hard or whatever, suplex each other. Bro, if you start play wrestling with your girl, or you grab her sometimes, oh, come here, babe. They feel like you beat them up. Oh, like, what are you doing? You're so heavy-handed. You're so rough. You have to handle me gentle. You can't even play wrestle with your girl unless you're literally like Angie. If you pillow fight with a girl, you can't really pillow fight with her. Because if you really hit her with the pillow, poof, you can knock her out. You can knock honest to God, you can knock a woman out in a pillow fight if you wanted to. A man can knock a woman out in a pillow fight if he wanted to. If he grabbed a pillow and he hit her with the boof, like if he really hit her, get her on the ground, knock her down one time, give her the fake out to where she do like this, and then when she move her hand, boom, you'll put her out cold. You can knock a chick out with a pillow in a pillow fight if you wanted to. If you just really wanted to get a pillow and hit her with it, oh man, she done. She done. It'll make it seem like she put her to sleep with a pillow in a pillow fight. And you want a man, you want grown men out there crossing you over, backing you down, hit you with the elbow. Crazy. Like, oh, y'all trying to die out there. Okay, I see you. Death at the doorstop.
And I just hope that the bangs on the wig don't get into my eyesight so I can play like I need to play.
What would stop you from declaring for the WNBA draft?
I think the WNBA could come out and make a definitive statement about guys with a pair of balls playing in the Women's Association. But hey, that'd be probably too much like right. So.
And unless they do that, you're very certain you're going to be declaring, right?
Oh no, I'm declaring. Yeah, no, and I don't want to be discriminated against. No, I want fair treatment. I'm a black, I'm a young black, hopefully United States senator that would like a fair chance to participate as a sometimes identifying as a transgender woman athlete.
How do you think the women players in the WNBA will feel about this?
Well, I think they're going to have nightmares.
This is the trolling at the highest level.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 260 pounds, 265 pounds, 6'8". Can palm a man's basketball probably as easily as any player in history. I think I had the third biggest hands in the modern NBA draft combine in history of the modern NBA draft combine. So
6'8", 260 with man strength and fingers like an orangutan. Man, is y'all smoking crack?
Yeah, I'm sure that the women's basketball is going to fare even easier to palm, which is a huge advantage. We saw that with Michael Jordan and other great players. So they're going to have nightmares, and they should because I really feel like I'm going to be dominant.
If you make it to the WNBA, you plan to use the women's locker room and all that with them? I
mean, of course. I mean, I don't want to be discriminated against. I mean, come on. Why wouldn't I use the women's locker room? I mean, I grew up playing basketball since I was about 5 years old, and a lot of women in my family. My little sister is a collegiate basketball player, D1 collegiate basketball player. And I've grown up knowing a lot of girls and women's basketball players. The great Nancy Lieberman was one of my coaches, Lady Magic over in the Big Three. And I have great respect for the skill of women's basketball. And even at the girls' level in high school, you see that the girls have to play a much more skilled game because they don't have some of the physical God-given abilities or natural physical abilities as the men. So I have great respect for the women's game, but there's a significant difference between biological men and women, and I think we've blurred that line, like we've blurred many other lines unnecessarily.
I tell you what. If we see a man, if we start seeing trans men that identify as women get drafted into the WNBA, I'm buying courtside seats for the whole season. That is must-see TV. I'm front row and center. I'm front row center. That is, I don't even watch TV. That, for me, would be must-see TV. If I see a man get drafted into the women's league, I'm up. I'm traveling with the team. I'm going to go. I'm going to become I'm going to buy the jerseys. I'm going to do all of that. Honest to God. I'm going to do all of that. Make sure you guys, I'm buying everything. I'm doing the jerseys. I'm doing the whole thing. They would break records. Y'all want to see the WNBA prosper? I'm watching that. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let me read these soups, and then we're going to go over to more controversial stuff and then some money too. All right? Let me see what's going on. Rug Cage says, AD thinking about leaving city finance and joining the police. They make bank out here in Houston, Texas, and the crime has been down. Thoughts? Thanks. I don't know how much you make in finance, but I'm going to say this. You're talking about a complete life change. If you are, I coach police officers, right? I've coached a lot of police officers, and I'm going to tell you that most of the ones that I coach, Philly, Chicago, Los Angeles, Detroit, I don't think I've coached any police officers down south. They can't wait to retire. They can't wait to retire. They make good money. They make money in overtime and all of that stuff, but their life ain't stable. They fear that they're going to die every single day. They can't keep a real relationship. I don't know, bro. I would say no. I wouldn't. Why don't you do something else? Why don't you do border patrol? Why don't you do something else? Like, even if you're going to become a police officer, become a state trooper. You know what I'm saying? Like, think outside the box instead of just thinking from one lens or one perspective. I'm not a fan of that idea, bro. Casual Germ with the foul ball says Marines is good, but they'll most likely put you with ground forces. You will not have time for school unless you re-enlist. Go Space Force. There you go. Shout out to my dog Makati Ebor. Shout out to my dog Makati in the building. My wife doesn't work, so I'm going to get her a spousal IRA. Smart move. Should I get her the traditional IRA for the tax benefits or the Roth? Well, it depends. I just think that you need to start. The Roth is I think you should go with the traditional. Go with the traditional, see how you like it. And I think it's worth it. I absolutely think it's worth it because it grows tax-free. So no matter what it is that you get it up to, it grows tax-free. AD, common or most deaf? I'm just going to go based off of preference. I'm not going to go based off of success. I have a preference for Mos Def. I am more likely to listen to Mos Def's catalog than I would listen to Common's catalog. That doesn't take anything away from Common. I think that Common has had a great career. Well, hold on. Wait. Let me back up for a minute. I'm taking Common. I changed my mind. Because you didn't put any criteria on this. If you're just going purely based off of music and what I would listen to, I would probably go Mos Def. If you're talking about overall, I'm going with Common 10 times out of 10. Let me tell you something. Common has one of the best rosters and most successful rosters of anybody. Common's rosters, and I'm not even going to talk about some of the people that I know of and all of that stuff. I'm not getting into that because this ain't the messy show. This is the Millionaire Morning Show. Common has one of the craziest rosters ever. Common, man, let me tell you something, bro. Common has had a better career as far as movies and women. Visibly. Common has had one of, I don't think, bro, I'll put Common's roster up against anybody's. So if you're just doing overall, I'm going Common. I'm going Common all day long. So there you go. Yeah, Common's roster is Hall of Fame. Who are we talking to right now? Jennifer Hudson? That's just the public. Bro, the public people. Just the public people from Common is crazy. Common got a better roster than anybody. Any rapper, anybody. Common got it beat, bro. He definitely got it beat. Angela Rye ain't no bad looking chick. I don't know what y'all talking about. We may not necessarily care for her politics, but we can't hate and say Angela Rye is a bad looking chick. Nah, she's not a bad looking chick. That's just my personal opinion. Tyrone says, you cursed me the hell out during my coaching call. Hit me with the... He said, I cursed you out on a coaching call and I hit him with the fuck is wrong with you, bro? You need a refund? Hey, hold on. Listen. I'm going to tell y'all, everybody don't want a coaching call from me. I am not the type of person that's going to sit here and play games. I don't want you to waste your time. I don't want you to waste your money. I am very, very much about business when it comes to taking care of business. If you're going to spend your money with me, I'm going to give you your money's worth. If you spend your money with me, y'all want to know somebody else? Let me tell you who I cussed out this weekend. I cussed out Carrie, Miss Sanchez. Yes, I did. Miss Sanchez tried to act like her little feelings was hurt. Oh, I cussed out Miss Sanchez. I said, you know what? I had about a 30, 45 minute conversation with Miss Sanchez. I cussed Miss Sanchez out. Actually, I didn't even really cuss Miss Sanchez out. I pulled back a little bit. I pulled back a little bit on Miss Sanchez. I was like, okay, you know. She was trying to act like her little feelings was hurt, though. I said, nope, you're going to get this work. You're going to get this work. A lot of people don't be knowing what I be having going on behind the scenes and all of that. Miss Sanchez, me and Miss Sanchez, I said, nope. 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 I had no choice. I had to cuss her out. Now, let me be clear. I don't cuss people out just for the sake of cussing people out. But I'm very, very direct. I'm the nicest person in the world. I'm the most generous person in the world. But I am very direct. Very direct. I don't play games. I don't mess around. I'm very direct. Now, people don't hear about that side of it. Now, don't have the eyes. Don't have eyes. Oh man, that's all right. But them my girls because I want the best for them, man. I run a strict program over here, Keisha. I run a strict program over here. I don't mess around. What's up, Molly? Ray said he's a baddie. Don't tell him too much. I'm chilling. I'm slow motion. What up, Molly? What up, Miss Sanchez? Eric Harris says Royce White will be the first WNBA jersey I'll buy. Yeah, I'll buy that jersey all day. Mr. Joe said Royce White and Enes Freedom are applying the WNBA's gender stance theory in practice, and that's where they're going to suffer. Molly, what up, Molly, with the 20 ball? Hey, Anton. Hey, Chad. Happy Monday. It will no longer be the WNBA, just the NBA. Time to make the NBA a co-ed. See, the problem with that is that no woman will be able to enter into it. We need to get rid of the WNBA anyway. I'm in full support of this. I think the training men will help women get a bigger bag, though. Ain't going to be no more women, though. I don't think it's going to be no more women. Wesley Turner says in 2014, trans fighter Fallon Fox fractured her opponent's orbital bone. Aware of Fox's status beforehand, the rival was furious at the power gap. Mr. Joe in the building says the WNBA is a representation of what America would have looked like if Kamala Harris was elected president. That's a fact. Dresden, what up, Dresden, says men will sign up for God, family, and nation. We are designed to do as such. I feel you. Purple Haze says, who would have thought Joanna Man was foreshadowing? My dog, Spaces, says, if they get drafted, maybe the WNBA will actually be profitable. The more I learn about women's sports, the more I think they should get paid less. Miss Sanchez says, let them Grays stay. I was actually looking to get rid of them today. I am. Miss Sanchez, I have to rebrand, and I got to get rid of the Grays. You got to go. Look at this. I can't deal with it. I got to get it out. I'm not ready. Cynthia Haynes says, thank you, Sir AD, for addressing this issue. I went to Washington to advocate on protecting women's rights and our private designated spaces. AD, your voice is very valuable. Thank you, my baby. Spaces says the season tickets will go from $197 to $5,000. I'm paying it. Purple Haze says both men and women in one league have busy with court cases. Divorce, paternity, child support, abuse. Your show with Molly and Sanchez will stay busy. TS Car Wash and Detail Service says, AD, you excited for the new Nipsey album? No. I don't like posthumous. Is that how you could say it? Posthumous. I don't like albums that drop after people die. Unless it was something that the person was actually about to drop. Courtney Egger Show says, I'm just waiting on the sideline for the one-on-one. I just talked to Rita today about that. Shout out to Carrie, says TS Car Wash and Detail Service. Demetrius, what up, Demetrius, says, at Ant-Man, for your daughter's stocks, did you give her index funds or a Magnificent Seven or a mixture of both? Also savings. And for her stocks, I actually just kind of mimicked what I was doing. at a smaller scale. Also, for savings or emergency, which would you choose? For savings and emergency, which would you choose? I'm going with, really, I would just mimic the S&P 500. Although SpaceX coming into the game, and it was so funny because a lot of people were sitting there in my comments on a clip that I dropped of SpaceX, and they said it jumped 15% on Friday. Let me tell you where SpaceX is. Let me just show y'all something real quick. I'm going to show y'all. But it jumped 15% on Friday, Anton. You don't know what you're talking about. So, yeah. SpaceX, if you want to go to, let's just say, year to date, they're down 18%, even with the 15% jump on Friday. Ask Bob Brown. Oh, man, no, Anton. No. I said, listen, man, listen. I'm not going to argue with you. I want you to go ahead and do what you feel is best. I have to do the thing that's in the best interest of my bag chasers, and I have to make sure that they don't get their heads cracked. I got to make sure that my bag chasers don't get their heads cracked. And so I have a fiduciary duty to give the best insight and the research, and then you can make the decision for yourself. So as long as you liquid, having a brokerage account and you liquid, you can get to the money within a couple days, you fine. Manny Plays PC says, I saw the WNBA has announced Enes Kanter is eligible to play in the 2027 season. I didn't see that announcement. Life of Tariq says, if the WNBA was smart, they would consider it. Their viewership would skyrocket. That league is such a joke to me. It's such a joke. Such a joke. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. It was a conversation that I was looking to have last Thursday that we didn't have, and I think is worth exploring. There's a person named Nate Friedman. He has a pretty big following on YouTube, and apparently he made the pilgrimage here to, hold on, let me get it up on the screen. Nate Friedman, who has a lot of followers on YouTube, actually made the pilgrimage to Michigan. I'm going to say Dearborn, Michigan, so that he could have a conversation about whether or not there's a takeover in the Muslim community, in the Arabic community, in the Chaldean community, in the Islamic community. And so let's have a conversation about it. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Also, make sure you tap into the Patreon. We're doing some awesome things. We're posting 4 times this week, plus a live stream on Wednesday. All right, let's get it.
Welcome to Dearborn. I've come to Dearborn to see what it's really like here. It's an ordinary Wednesday, and if you had to do some work on the house and stop at Home Depot first, these are the signs you would see, each of them translated in Arabic. Next up, I wanted to speak to the people of Dearborn about the upcoming Senate race between Al-Sayad and Stevens. Al-Sayad is on track to become the first Muslim senator in our country's history. He wants to abolish ICE, defund the police, and went on tour with Hassan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. Assalamu alaikum. I'm from New York, making a YouTube video about the election coming up between Stevens and Sayad, and we're asking people who they prefer.
Guys,
yeah. Which one do you prefer to win?
What do you think, bro? I'm Arabic. I'm Lebanese, right?
Yeah.
Steven is pro APEC.
Oh, is she?
Okay, of course she does. She gets money from APEC.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't like APEC.
Yeah.
Honest with you.
And
They're
totally.
controlling our country.
Yeah. And when you say AIPAC is controlling our country, like, what are they doing for people that don't know? Because people are waking up to it, right? So
They're buying politicians.
yeah.
And the politicians make all the votes.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you buy a politician and something comes up to where you is pro-Israeli, let's just say.
Yes.
Of course, you're going to vote for it. You're
Yeah.
going to try to pass it.
Yeah. And is there something that you would like to see him do when he becomes senator? Something specific, like something you're hoping for?
No, just take care of his own people. Take care of his people.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you're Jewish or Arab or what.
Yeah.
Just take care of it. Don't take money like everybody else does in this country.
Right. Right.
You know, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Everybody's on the take. And a lot of money too, bro. It ain't $10.
No, it's like 40 million.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
a lot of
I
money.
know it's a ton of money. I've been looking. I've been reading about it. So, you know, part of the reason we came to Dearborn is also it's a very interesting place because it's the first Muslim majority city in the country.
Right.
And
yeah.
I don't feel like it gets properly documented. So
we get documented wrong.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
You know,
It's not properly.
Yeah, all the Arabs live here.
Right.
The mayor, he's Arab. The council's mostly Arab. You know.
Yeah. And you're saying that is the case.
Personal friends of mine, the mayor of the council.
Yeah.
This store's been here 70 years.
Wow.
This store was built. We were the first butcher shop here. We were nominated #1 butcher shop in the country by Food and Wine magazine.
So one of the things I was thinking today was I've gone all over the world actually and learned about Islam and spoken to people who are Islam. Do you think that when he becomes senator that he should fight for a bill that makes prayer times, like that businesses must support prayer breaks? Would that be something
Most
that
of them around here do?
They do already?
Yeah, they just close.
They close for prayer?
Right, close for prayer.
And that's good.
And they go to prayer.
Yeah. And what about halal meat in schools? So this
we
is
have a lot of halal meat in schools now here in Dearborn, everywhere.
Yeah. And do you think that should be
not
the
just Dearborn? It's going further.
Yeah. Do you think that should be the case across the whole country?
Yeah, there's a lot of halal places across the country.
Right. I just mean that right now the country.
You can eat halal.
Right.
Okay, we can eat halal.
Yeah, and non-Muslims can have halal.
Right.
It's not like
There's
no,
nothing,
100%.
Really, it's better. The meat is sacrificed better.
Okay, well, I seem like you're like a really reasonable, sensible person.
I was born here, 1 block behind the store.
So you've been here for how long?
My parents came here in 1947 from Lebanon. We're Lebanese.
Yeah.
What's left of the country? Our village is gone.
Yeah.
My dad's house is gone. They
Right.
fucking leveled it.
Right.
Now they're digging up the graves, I hear.
So I know I'm about to upset some people within my own party, but I can't do anything except for be honest about my thoughts. So here we go, right? I think there's a difference between people that travel to Dearborn, Michigan, and the people that have been experiencing it and living with it for their entire lives. For my entire life, my entire 44 years on this earth, since the beginning of time, I've always known, experienced, and seen these people within the communities and doing all of the things that they wanted to do and working the jobs. And there was some that worked inside of the plants and the steel mill with me, and their, gas stations and all of that other type of stuff, right? I will tell you that here in Michigan, right? Because again, it's different from how other people see it and how they experience it or what they see online versus what really goes on in real life. Here in Michigan, they kind of just like black people, they just more successful. They just like black people, they just more successful. Nobody trips off of them. Nobody cares. As a matter of fact, I'll go so as far as to say they are doing and accomplishing what black people want to do and accomplish in their own communities and their own neighborhoods. They have become self-reliant. They have become more focused on depending on each other and supporting each other. And so they've actually implemented the things that black people say that they want to do in their own cultures and their own communities. Now, I have to be fair. And I'm going to be exactly who I am and very transparent about what it is that I stand for. Fortunately and unfortunately, there's two factors that go into this conversation. The first factor is this. I don't believe in anybody coming over here illegal. I don't care if you're Arabic. I don't care if you're Lebanese. I don't care if you're Muslim. I don't care if you're Christian. I don't care if you're black. I don't care if you're white. I'm Asian, whatever. If you are coming over into this country illegally, I think you need to be deported and coming in the right way. That's just the way that it is. If you are here legally, then I think that unfortunately, our Constitution allows for you to be able to practice your religion. And we also have to lean into capitalism. And so if Home Depot, for example, decides that they want to open up a Home Depot, that they're going to make money off of these people over there in that particular community, then they have to market themselves to that specific community. Now, white people are going to go over there and black people are going to go over there and they're going to say, look at this, it's Arabic written all over this stuff. Well, if there is no money to be made, then there will be no Arabic written in that particular community. So the Constitution works both ways, right? The freedom to protest, the freedom to say what you want and do what you want extends both ways. It doesn't only extend when it's convenient for you. I may not necessarily agree with a lot of things that goes on over in that particular community. I'm a Christian. I don't even really care for how the Muslim culture is being promoted. But the other side of that, though, is that if I'm going to advocate for no censorship and people being able to peacefully protest and the freedom to be able to express yourself, especially when it comes to your religious beliefs, then I have to be consistent across the board. I can't censor it for you if you're an American citizen, but say good for me, but not for you. I can't do it. I may not necessarily agree with you, but if you're a legal citizen in the United States, I can't sit here and say that I could be against you, because if you're doing the thing that you're supposed to do, how am I supposed to take that? How am I supposed to take it? If I'm applying the Constitution across the board, and if I'm going to say that I'm not racist, then I can't discriminate against somebody unless they either do something that's illegal or they come over here illegally. You got to pick one. You got to pick one. Hold on, wait. And you know why you got to pick one? Because you can't then be hypocritical and say, well, we have to get these people out of here. No, you may not necessarily appreciate the culture. You may not necessarily agree with the way that they do things. But if we're applying it broadly, regardless of how we feel, right? I disagree with trans people. I disagree with the alternative lifestyle of gay people. But I'm not going to discriminate against gay people if they're not breaking the law or they're not pushing their culture on other people. I'm going to fight it. I'm going to protest against it. I'm going to use my platform and my community in order to say, hey, listen, this is wrong, but I'm not going to deny you your humanity, and nor am I going to call for anything to happen to you, because that is the catch-22 of being in America. Is that you have the right and the freedom to pursue happiness and liberty across the board. AD, are black people wrong for wanting a Dearborn, Michigan? No, I don't think that black people are wrong for anything. Listen, if you decide that you want to invest in your culture, in your community, and you want to be self-reliant and you don't want to shop anywhere else, I may not necessarily agree with it, but I don't think that you're wrong. I don't think that you're wrong. I think you have the right to be able to do what you want to do. The problem is the implementation. And I don't see you what they are doing in Dearborn is what black people wish they could do amongst themselves, but they hate each other. They're too divided. They don't rock with each other. They want to kill each other. If one gets successful and the other one don't, if one is Republican and one is Democrat, they don't think like that in the Muslim community. They think, all right, listen, you this way, but how can you actually benefit me? And how can I benefit you? How can we be a value add? I'm going to buy your bread, you buy my meat. Let's keep all of the money right here. If anything, black people should be looking at them as the blueprint. White people should be looking at them as the blueprint. That's a completely separate issue, Yakar. You said the point about Islam is that they have Sharia law, and that law contradicts the Constitution. They are creating a closed-off area and practicing Sharia law. Well, then that's something illegal, right? If it's illegal or if it goes against the Constitution, then that specifically has to be addressed. But as far as people choosing to live in a community amongst themselves, I can't sit here and say that people choosing to live in a community amongst themselves is a bad thing. That's how they choose to live. That's where they choose to live. That's where they choose to congregate. Who am I to say that you can't live somewhere if you're a legal citizen of the United States of America? Now, we may have and disagree on what we think is right or wrong about the culture, but that is a completely different conversation. AD, are you willing to risk America turning into the UK? Again, y'all are missing the conversation because you're being intentionally obtuse. You're not trying to hear the conversation because you are against it. You're not trying to listen for the gems. You're not trying to understand it. You're not trying to listen to it in any way, shape, or form. I can't be hypocritical and say somebody can't be here that's legally here. Now, if they here illegally, then get them up out of here. I can't say that. I can't say that black people should be able to create their own communities, but Arabic people shouldn't, or white people shouldn't. In the same way that I was having a conversation about white people over in the Ozarks of Arkansas, and they said, well, listen, we want to build our own communities and put our own money up and be self-reliant. Who am I to say you can't? You may fail. That's on you. But I can't tell you that you can't go and do what you want to do on land that you purchase. I can't say that. It's un-American. It's un-American. And let me really tell y'all what really happened over in Dearborn, okay? I'm gonna give you some real insight from a person that lives here. Nobody had anything to say, and this is why I'm a little bit on another side in this conversation. Nobody had anything to say when the Metro Detroit area, which includes Dearborn, Hamtramck, Southfield, Birmingham, Royal Oak, Bloomfield Hills, Bloomfield Township, Pontiac, Troy, Detroit, River Rouge, Downriver, all of these different areas and communities in Detroit and surrounding Detroit, right? Nobody gave a F when the city filed for bankruptcy in 2008 and there was an exodus from the city and the surrounding communities, and everybody wanted to go and run to Houston, Atlanta, they ran to LA, they went to New York, they went down to Florida, they moved to Texas. And so these people decided that they wanted to stay. Now, these are not fly-by-night people. Some of these businesses have been established way before I was even born. So everybody was quiet and nobody had anything to say when there was no economic activity in this area, right? And so what they decided to do was they became self-reliant, and they decided that they wanted to stay in this area and continue to invest and buy the houses. And right, if you go into Dearborn, I'm telling you, Dearborn, one house is a regular house, 1 2-bedroom home, small little home or whatever. 2 houses down, it's going to be a mansion. 5 more houses regular, 3 houses down, it's a mansion. So what they said, well, we not running to be with y'all. We going to stay and we going to continue to put money up and invest in our own communities. We going to start our own grocery stores. We're going to start our own real estate companies. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And so what they decided to do is that they wanted to invest. And when they spend their money, when they build their houses, they build them in their own communities. So when it wasn't no money in Detroit, and let me tell you what's really happening. When it wasn't no economic activity, when the billionaires had left, when it wasn't no money in Detroit, when it wasn't no jobs and everybody had abandoned it, and downtown Detroit was desolate, and Greektown had no economic activity, nobody said anything. Now that everybody is coming and investing and the population is increasing and the Midwest is hot and Detroit got a lot of economic activity and people making billions of dollars and all of this stuff, now people want to start having a conversation. Hey, what's going on over there? Oh, that's un-American. Now everybody want to have a conversation. Nobody was traveling. You know what people was traveling to Detroit for? They were traveling to Detroit for urbex. It was the number one hotspot in the nation for urbex, urban exploration. Going to visit all of the abandoned buildings, abandoned malls, going to the urban porn, documenting all of the neighborhoods and all of this stuff. And so the only reason people was traveling here was to try to get footage and to paint the city and not look at anything else except for what they thought was wrong with the city. Now all of a sudden everybody is concerned. When? How? How are people concerned? When are they concerned? Listen, unless there's fraud or illegal migrants coming into this country, I don't see what the problem. If there's illegal migrants in Dearborn, I think they should be arrested and they should be deported back to where they are. If they are committing fraud in order to build up their businesses, I think that they need to be arrested and deported back to where they're from. Other than that, it don't get no more American than building up your own city and your own community. Dearborn welcomed them because nobody else was investing in the city except for them at the time. Somebody said, what about the horrible music they play at 5 a.m? I don't know. I don't live in Dearborn. I don't hear it. I stay in Detroit. We don't hear that music here in Detroit. We don't see or hear that music in Detroit. Is the people that live in that area complaining about the music that they playing at 5 a.m? Then that's a problem that they have to take up with their city council. If you had control over what happens inside of your community because you was invested in your community, listen, I'm going to do you 10 times better. I know y'all not going to like me for this one, but I'm going to keep it 100 with y'all. Your own neighborhoods is too fucked up. I'm sorry. Your own neighborhoods is too messed up for you to be worrying about what somebody else is doing unless it got something to do with them breaking the laws. For black people in particular, and for poor whites, you have so many problems in your own neighborhoods and your own communities that you need to be addressing. You have so many issues and problems within your own communities, the houses, the crime, the issues, the problems, your schools. You have so many problems in your own community that I'm not even sure that we have the capacity sometimes to be focused on people if they're doing it legally. I don't have time to be focused on Dearborn. I don't live in Dearborn. I don't invest in Dearborn. I don't have a house in Dearborn. It doesn't apply to me. It's not applicable. We can't even stop the crime in our own community. What y'all talking about what's happening in Dearborn for? You said, nah, Anton, they close to being a senator. That's too much. Yo fault. Guess what? That's why we have voting. That's why we have voting. What you gonna do? Okay, here's a question. What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? You can't vote in Michigan. Are you a Michigan voter? Ain't nothing you can do about it. Ain't nothing you can do about it. Now, I'm going to vote because that was just a primary, right, against Haley Stevens. Now, I'm voting for Mike Rogers. Mike Rogers is actually the Republican that's on the ticket that's opposing him. That's where I'm putting my vote at. That's who I'm advocating for. That's what I'm going to use my platform for. But other than that, what else is there to do? I'm going to get active. I'm going to be participatory. I'm going to actually cast my vote in the election, and I'm going to go from there. But see, we got a less than 20% voter turnout rate here in the city. Let me say that again for the people in the back. We have a less than 20% voter turnout rate here in the city. How do you suggest we solve for that? How do you suggest that we deal with that? I bet you most people didn't even know who he was running against. If you just go right off the top of the dome and you say, well, who was he running against in order to become a senator? I can go out today. I should do that. Do I got the time? I got my camera and stuff. I got my microphones. I might go out today if I have the capacity. I got to get all the rest of my work done. I got to get the stuff sent over to your car. I'm going to go out today and I'm going to ask. And I'm going to do some public conversations if I can. And I'm going to ask the people and I'm going to say, hey, listen, who are you voting in with the Senate race? I'm not even going to say who's running. I'm not even going to ask who's running. I'm going to ask the question. I'm going to say, hey, guys, so what do you think about the upcoming Senate race? Now, what's so funny, Tease? Now, if we ask who's coming to Detroit for the next concert, Usher, Chris Brown. Now we gonna show up. We blowing out Ford Field, multiple 3 shows, over 150,000 people gonna show up. Can't get a ticket, recording it, having conversations, deep diving about it. Now, if I start talking about a Senate race, then everybody gonna say, "Oh man, nobody want to talk about that right now, man." Everybody keep lying to you, talking about, hey, man, we want to elevate the conversation. We want to get deeper. We want to start talking about relevant things. All right, y'all. So what do y'all think about this new Senate race? People be quiet. I don't know what you talking about. What you talking about, bro? I know the chick that dissed Usher, though. I am also in disagreement with foreign-born people running for office like Mamdani in New York. But I can't tell the people in New York how to vote. All I can do is present to them the evidence and show it. Kinda. The people in New York voted for Mamdani. What am I going to do? What am I going to tell you? What am I going to tell you? What do you want me to do? I don't know what to tell you.
So I finally get to speak to someone actually from Lebanon, because a lot of people, they assume what you guys want and they assume shit. So my question to you is like, where do you stand on which government? Is it Hezbollah or is it something else? Like what's going on actually?
Okay. I'll tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Hezbollah only protects Lebanon.
Yeah.
If there's no Hezbollah, it's gone, Lebanon.
Right.
Israel will take it over.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing keeping them out.
Yeah.
Hezbollah don't cause trouble.
Mm-hmm.
They're just there to watch my store, let's just say. And if they come and start breaking down my store, we're going to have to do something.
Yeah.
And that's what Hezbollah does.
Would you like to see United States allied with Hezbollah?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And I think Trump knows that's a good idea too.
Right.
But the guy who's controlling Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
People are talking a lot of shit about Syed, saying he owns these properties in India. What do you make of that?
I'm sure Trump owns property somewhere else.
No,
too.
exactly. Yeah.
Right.
But that's the big thing that's the big thing that they're trying to say is that like, oh, he's a rich guy and he's like
Trump's a rich guy.
Right. Did you vote for Trump? Because I know a lot of people here did actually.
Vote?
Yeah.
Hell no.
Did you support him or no?
No, hell no.
Yeah. Oh man, it was such a pleasure talking to you, man.
Yeah, man. Good luck.
Yeah.
Most of the guys you talk to around here, they're all Yemeni.
They're all Yemeni around here?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
We're the only Lebanese shop left here. At one time it was all Lebanese, but now we're the last Lebanese shop here.
But you've been here in Dearborn your whole life?
Yep, born here.
How have you seen Dearborn change, like over the years?
Well, we got good mayors now, good people in office.
Yeah.
We got good people at council.
Right.
Dearborn is a great place to live. I'll be honest with you. We got good police, good firemen, good schooling.
Yeah.
And it's safe.
Yeah. Where do you think is the best place to go to get like a variety of perspectives, just to do more street interviews like this? We're so happy we ran into you. Is it right here on this strip here?
Most of these guys ain't gonna talk to you. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
They don't know you're recording this shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Most of these guys, well, they're not. They weren't born here in this country, so they're guys are hesitant.
Yeah.
He's right about that. I walked around Dearborn for over 6 hours and almost nobody would speak with me. And it was not lost on me that we're losing our country. A man just blatantly admitted that he wants the United States to be allied with a terror organization that has quite literally killed Americans. I was now searching to get more interviews, but this is how almost every interaction would go. While you're watching this, ask yourself, does any of this feel like the United States to you?
I'm making a video about this election. You wait 1 second. Assalamu alaikum, sister. I'm making a video about Dearborn, and I'm asking people, who are you voting for the Senate race? Do you want Syed to win or Stevens?
No, I speak English.
No speak English? What do you speak?
I'm Arab.
Arabic?
Arabic.
What's that? Yeah, we're asking a question, yeah.
All good.
All good. Okay, thank you. About the election, can I?
Let me tell you something else about Dearborn and these people over there in this particular place. They don't really play about their women. Oh, I know that's gonna bother some people. That's gonna bother some people. If they see somebody talking to their women, they gonna be like, "Hey, what you doing over here, big dog? You got business over here? Somebody doing some? Is something going on? It's best that you go ahead and keep walking, big dog." They don't play about you messing around and going back and forth with they women. Now, I don't know about other parts in the country as far as Arabic men and whatever capacity, Lebanese and all of that stuff, but over in Dearborn, in particular, you're not just gonna be talking to they women and questioning them and asking them. It ain't that type of freedom. It ain't that type of freedom. That's a fact. Maybe they could treat them like however they gonna treat them, but not you. Who you? Who you? Nah, not you. I wish you would. I wish you would. They're not playing no games with you. Go over there and start questioning them. Just randomly walking up to a woman, and this woman probably cross that same street every day or whatever like that. They're going to be like, hey, man. Hey, I have BB. Hey. Keep walking. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. AR is back, says, just when I thought Dearborn Walmart was illegal immigrant turf now. I just went to the Dearborn Walmart maybe 2 weeks ago. I hate Walmart. I hate going into Walmart stores. Anton Daniels, I went broke in 08 every hour. That's a fact. And I'm going to remind people every day that it was a bad time, that it was a difficult time, that it was the worst time of my entire life. It was a hard time to exist. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm. I guess we can talk about El Said, right? Abdul El Said. We can talk about that. He recently went on Meet the Press after his primary win, and he wanted to address some stuff that Trump had said about him during the whole conversation. Let's get it in.
And joining me now is Michigan's Democratic Senate nominee, Abdul El Sayed. Dr. El Sayed, welcome to Meet the Press.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for being here, and congratulations. Let's talk about your victory this week. You narrowly defeated Congresswoman Haley Stevens, and when you actually add up all of the votes, the vote totals that went to Stevens and Mallory McMorrow, a majority of voters actually ended up voting for candidates who are more moderate than you. So how do you win over those voters who voted for someone else?
Well, thank you, Kristen. I really were just grateful for everybody who participated. And the overwhelming recognition of the vote tallies is that 500,000 more Democrats voted than did Republicans in that election. If that happens, we are going to win in a landslide. Now, I know that we had it out with a very tough primary. There were a lot of issues that were discussed and differences that were identified and fixated on. But I will tell you this, that all of us agree that our differences are far smaller than what we agree on. And what we agree on is that Donald Trump has been an existential threat to our democracy. He is costing us jobs. He is costing us more at almost every aspect of our lives, whether it's our gas, our groceries, or our health care. And that Mike Rogers is going to be nothing more than a rubber stamp on Donald Trump's disastrous economic and foreign policies. And so this is the opportunity for us to come together, to mend fences, to build together the coalition that is going to defeat Mike Rogers in November and defeat Trumpism over the next 2 years.
Well, let me ask you about some news that we are learning this morning. Local outlets reporting that you spoke to former President Barack Obama on the phone. I know you're not going to give me every detail of the call, but what was the crux of his message to you, Dr. El Sayed?
Well, Kristen, you're right. I like to keep private conversations private, but it was a really warm and inspiring conversation. I got to be honest with you, I never saw myself ever able to run for public office. I literally told former President Bill Clinton that at my college graduation, in which I was the senior speaker and he was the main speaker. And I then watched the next year Barack Hussein Obama run for and win the presidency. I watched him serve with a level of class, a level of elegance that we could only pine for now. So I really enjoyed the conversation. I was grateful for his advice. It was very warm, very inviting. And I know that he knows the critical role that Michigan is going to play in holding Trump accountable, in winning back the Senate, and in building forward the future that we need.
Is he going to campaign with you, Dr. Al-Sayed?
Look, I really hope so. And it was a really good conversation about what we need to do to be able to win. And obviously, this is somebody who knows a lot about winning Michigan.
And just to be clear, do you anticipate he'll show up on the campaign trail with you? Is that one of the broad topics you all discussed?
Look, we talked a lot about what it'll take to win. Obviously, his presence here in Michigan would mean so much to the coalition that helped elect him. So I hope that we get to campaign together.
One of the big issues you ran on, of course, was Medicare for All. So let's talk about that. You served as a public health official in Michigan. You even co-authored a book making the case for Medicare for All. Senator Bernie Sanders also campaigned on it as a presidential candidate back in 2016. 10 years later, this idea still does not have a majority support in Congress. If you were to win in November, Dr. Al-Sayed, how do you make Medicare for All a reality when so far it has not had enough support?
Well, Kristen, I've been up and down my state, and everywhere I go, people say the same things. It just shouldn't be this hard. And one of the big things that they bring up is the fact that they're worried about having to see a doctor if they get sick and what that'll mean for them. The median deductible, meaning the money that you pay to get the health care you already thought you paid for every single month, is about $4,500 for a family of four. That, considering the fact that the median income is about $80,000, means that you're going to lose more than a whole paycheck just to actually pay for the health care you thought you already paid for. Our system has only gotten less and less effective, less efficient over time as we've watched health insurance corporations collude with big hospitals and the pharmaceutical industry to figure out how to pick more and more of our dollars out of our pocket to put into theirs. We don't have to live like this. We have an opportunity to guarantee cradle-to-grave health care from the moment that somebody is born to the moment that they expire, God willing, at 120 years of life after a long, healthy life in their sleep peacefully. And it would guarantee them the health care that they need independent of the circumstances, wherever they needed to go. That is the kind of security we've never had in this country, and it's the kind of security that the healthcare corporations have denied us. So we're watching more people support Medicare for All every day. We're watching more elected officials support Medicare for All every day. And in a lot of ways, this campaign was a referendum on whether or not we want health care here or bomb somewhere else. And I think the Michigan voter chose health care here.
I think that is the one of the reasons why they call this guy a socialist, and he's trying to not necessarily embrace it, but not distance himself away from it either, because he knows that it's a good opportunity for him to align himself with the same coalition, like he said, that got Mamdani elected, right? But it's such a lazy take, in my opinion, on healthcare. The problem with the country and its healthcare systems is not one particular thing, it's a whole lot of things that contribute into it. It's the insurance companies. It's the fact that we continue to try to subsidize it. It's the fact that in order to pay for it, you basically got to tax people out of their headstones, and you would give people free health care. It's the fact that we don't really want to pay our doctors what we want to pay our doctors, what it costs to run a hospital. The fact that people don't pay their hospital bills, which is one of the reasons why it costs so much for you to go to the hospital, because we're basically forcing people that do pay the hospital bills and the insurance companies to cover when people go to the hospital and never pay their hospital bill whatsoever. And so the price of the brick is high because of all of the additional costs that's associated with it. That's why when you go into these other countries, Mexico, the Dominican Republic, so on and so forth, when you go into these other countries, you can get the same medicines, you can get the same treatments, you can get it for much, much cheaper in other countries. Then at the same time, the doctors don't make as much. At the same time, they have less restrictions and less red tape when it comes to all of these different ways in which you're able to receive medicine. The amount of testing, the research and development, the trials, the clinical trials, all of this stuff, they don't have as much restriction for them to be able to push that through over in other countries. And so as a result, the cost of it is less. When you start to add people and legislation and restriction and all of this stuff to it, you are going to explode the cost of whatever it is that you're putting out there. I'll give you an example, and this is for the fellas. Maybe the fellas can understand this a little bit better, right? Here over this past weekend, we had Roadkill Nights. Roadkill Nights is where Dodge basically put on at the M1 racetrack over in Pontiac. And they had drag racing and all of this stuff. But in addition to that, Dodge also unveiled the Super Bee, the Dodge Charger Super Bee, right? And everybody was pissed about it because it has an inline six and it's supercharged or it's turbocharged and it gets 600 horsepower, but it has no V8. And so if you go into all of the forums and you look at all of the videos and you look at the reviews and you see what people say inside of the chat, they said, oh man, Dodge, I hate them. They getting on my nerve. They piss me off or whatever. Now, I'm understanding and familiar enough with the strategy of Dodge and a life cycle of a product to know how and what they have coming down the pipeline and not to trip about it because I'm a car guy. I love vehicles. I like to buy them. Literally, me and my daughter has just been texting about getting a Trackhawk. But people are bothered by it. And they in the comments and they mad, why don't Dodge just put a V8 in it and just get it going and all of this other stuff? Because it doesn't work the same way when you're actually mass producing, manufacturing, and research and development. And Tim Meniscus, I think they got another CEO. But anyways, he wound up doing an interview and they asked him, they said, why did you release this when y'all knowing all of the forums y'all gonna get killed and all of that? And he answered the question and he said, shout out to TK's Garage and OC Motivator and Butter the Insider, right? All YouTubers. I know that, this is not a car channel, but those are different channels that I check out because they in the field. They may not have a whole lot of subscribers, but I definitely check out their channels and I check out other people's channels that speak to it and they have these conversations, right? Dodge knows, the CEOs knows, everybody knows, right? But he broke it down and he explained it and he said, listen, for us to go to market with a car, we have to test it at 155 degrees in Dubai. We have to test it at 55 below in Alaska. We have to engineer the car around the motor. We can't just retrofit. We can't just do this. We can't do that. We got to make sure that the warranties will be able to exist, that the recalls ain't going to be, that the quality is going to be a certain amount, that this happens, that this happened. You can't just throw a V8 in a car and just call it a day and just bring it to market tomorrow. That's not how it works. You have to literally go through the engineering process. He said, so it's not that we're not going to do it. It's that it takes longer to do than most people are expecting because the previous leadership put this in place. And so now that we brought the SRT guys back, now that we brought the design team back, it's going to take some years from them coming back for us to develop what we want, what the people want. And so we can't necessarily come to y'all and say, hey, y'all, we're not going to give y'all a V8 until this. We're not going to give you a Hemi in this car until this time or this time. It's going to take some time. And in America, and anything, if building a house, right, tested my patience more than anything ever before. Because it's nothing like pulling a permit and having to deal with the tree people. And in order for you to be able to chop down this dead tree right here that only got a stump, you got to plant 2 more somewhere. And you got to pull this permit. Then you got to get this person lined up. You got to get this person lined up and doing this and doing this. And so you can't just go out, buy land, start cutting trees. I seen a dude get stopped by the police and then they put red tags up because he bought what he thought was land and he bought swamp land that was protected. It was protected. And so you have to get special permits and spend a special amount of money. And so he went out there and he was trying to chop down trees and they stopped him immediately and they paused him because you have to go through the process. You can't just go and buy land and then just say, all right, y'all, we about to break ground. You got to go get an architect, right? You got to go get a general contractor. You have to get licensed plumbers, licensed electricians, licensed all of these different people that's going to be pulling these permits, HVAC. They got to go and pull and do the inspections Before you close up the walls, they got to check the insulation. They have to check the electrical outlets. They got to make sure that it meets a certain standard. They got to do all of these things. You can't just go and buy land and start building a house. This ain't Africa. You can do that in the Congo because you're not going to have anybody that's coming behind you to make sure that anything is supposed to be what it's supposed to be. You can't do that here. You have to go through the proper channels and the proper things. If you open up a restaurant, right? You can't just go and say, all right, y'all, we about to start cooking out of here. If it's not already built as a legacy restaurant that has been grandfathered in for you to be able to bake in certain things, then that means that you got to go and put a new hood up. And when you put the new hood up, you got to have a new ANSEL system. And the ANSEL system has got to be able to meet the expectations of whatever the new code is. And all of this stuff, right? Yes, you do have to have a surveyor. That's true. The surveyor works with the architect. You can't just do what you want to do. And so when we think about our healthcare system, bringing it back to the conversation at hand, when we think about our healthcare system, it's not as simple as just saying, hey, y'all, we need to just cancel the healthcare system or we need to lower it. It's a very complex, comprehensive situation that needs to be addressed from its core and its root for us to lower the costs. But you are also going to be asking a lot of people to take concessions for us to be able to get there. So when I see these easy answers, it's cheap to me, but I understand it because a lot of people just like their ears tickled. They don't want to hear the truth. It's a lazy response, but it's necessary for a lazy amount of people that's easily finessed into voting for somebody based off of talking points instead of being able to understand how the system works. Most people don't know how the system works, so it's easy to get them with a talking point. Arizona and West Texas allows you to build with less permits. Probably, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. And let me tell you something else. The minute you stand that house up and the minute you get that property on there and the minute that you get that approval, the inspector is gone and the man that comes over to evaluate what the value of the property is there immediately. And they immediately assess a value to that property and say, all right, here's your new property taxes. Instead of paying $2,000 a year or whatever the cost is, now you can pay $15,000 a year in property taxes because the value of the property is great now that you spent $600,000, $700,000 building it up. Congratulations. Now you got the property taxes. Now you got property taxes. Congratulations. Yay. Woo, woo, go, 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 go. Build more, build more, build more. That's why you get in so good with the local mayor, with the city council. Oh, yeah, they give you concessions that you want. I told y'all about the fact that I went before the city council, and it was like, cool, yeah, we'll give you everything you want. We'll actually waive the $27,000 fee for the previous owner tearing down the house and all of this stuff. You know why? Because they're going to get that back plus some. And they want you to continue to build up and invest in their communities. Hopefully you get a return, but they definitely going to get them property taxes, boy. Oh, they're going to get them property taxes. They want to see everything. If you build a new deck on it, oh man, that increases the value of the property.
You know, some Americans worry, though, you can only make Medicare free and universal if you increase taxes. So if you are elected and make
Nothing is free. Nothing is free. Somebody is going to have to pay for it somewhere, somehow. It comes out of somebody else's pockets. I hate. It's so lazy of a conversation for a journalist or even a politician to say something is going to be free. Nothing is free. Love you too, Brian.
Push, would you need to increase taxes?
As I've said across this campaign, I am for taxing billionaires their wealth.
What about people who
And
make less
for
than $1
the
billion and
average
less
person-
than $1 million, though, Dr. Al-Sayed? What about people making less than $1 million?
So for the average person, and you look at your W-2, if you're an employee who gets paid every 2 weeks or 4 weeks, after you pay your taxes, the next biggest check that comes off the top of your pay stub is to your health insurance company. So imagine instead of paying that to your health insurance company, whose CEO makes $20 million a year, instead you paid a little bit more in taxes for healthcare.
No. It's a no-go. Nope. It's a no-go. Under no circumstances. Absolutely not. It's a no-go. And this is why. That statement alone. You're not going to ease me into it. That statement alone got me on Mike Rogers' team immediately. Well, what if you pay a little bit less than how much you're paying to the insurance companies and you pay a little bit more in taxes? Under no circumstances. No. Anytime that I hear anybody propose, listen, this is going to be a better program, more quality for the people, just pay a little bit more in taxes. The answer is no. No. Nope. Nobody is ever going to convince me that more taxes equals a better quality of life in the U.S. I'm not going for it. No, under no circumstance does that make sense to me. I feel like, man, when they do that, when they say stuff like this right here,
instead you paid a little bit more in taxes.
When you say stuff like that to me, I feel like a hoe. Are you trying to play me, dog? Are you trying to hold me? You trying to treat me like the hoes. You know why? Because that's the same thing that the guys do when they trying to convince a chick to go ahead, man. Hey, listen, why don't you just kiss the tip? No, man, I don't even want all of that. Just let me put the tip in a little bit. Let me just put the tip in a little bit. Bruh, you know that by the time 2 minutes, 3 minutes later after you do the tip, it's all the way there now. We there. Honestly, that's what that sounds like to me. When somebody say, so, you can just pay a little, just put a little bit more. That's like saying, let me put the tip in. Oh, so you trying to turn me into a hoe. Everybody know what that means. Everybody know what that means. You ain't gonna ease me into it. Easing me into finessing me. Nah. No politician. The minute that you tell me that you want to raise my taxes or you think that I should pay a little bit more in taxes, I'm out. I'm done, and I'm automatically going to the other side. I'm out. I'm done. I'm automatically going to the other side. I'm not paying another. I'm never going to support, under no circumstances, I'm never, ever going to support any politician that proposes that we raise taxes in order to pay for their plan. No, under no circumstances. Even if you say a word with a T in it, I start getting irritated. Hey man, let's go to town. I was about to say let's go to town. Oh, okay. All right. I have problems with girls named Tiffany. Keep it at 100. Like, Anything with a T in it, I start getting nervous. Feel like I'm playing Jeopardy. Let me get a T. Let me get an A. Any word that seemed like it's about to say taxes. You could say tappers. Hey, man, let's go to tap. I'm going to tappers, man. They got the new Rolexes in. Okay. All right. That pissed me off. Piss me off. Anytime somebody wants some more money from me for some stuff that I don't like, they want us to pay more property taxes and my kid is big. So I gotta continue. When I look at the property taxes, bro. Pick one. When I look at these property taxes, bro, and they break it down, they literally will break it down for you. See if I can close this off a little bit. Piss me off. It does. It pissed me off. And they got 1,000 millages on here. And the biggest millage is always school operating. The biggest millage is always going to be school operating millage. Every time, right? So I'm looking at this and I'm saying, okay, so now you got to remember, we get taxes twice a year. You get summer taxes, winter taxes. So now the county operating millage, I got to pay $1,100 for this particular property, right? $1,100 for that. I got to pay OIS allocated, whatever that means. That's $54. All right, I could take that L. OIS voted, $863. OCC voted. Okay, so OCC, I know that. That's Oakland Community College. We pay that so people can go to community college. People should be using community college. Cool, I ain't going to trip about it. $431. State education. For the state education that has a 6-point millage, I got to pay $1,700 for that. School operating budget. The school operating budget for this particular one, I have to pay another $5,000. And then I got to pay $1,900, basically $2,000 for student debt, for school debt. I thought that they told me that the lottery pays for all of the schools. I thought that they told me that the lottery pays for all of the schools. So ultimately, I got to pay like $12,000 in this go round, and then whatever it is that they charge me for the winter taxes for this particular property alone. And then you get a whole bunch of them. So what happens? I get more engaged. I start focusing on and paying attention to, okay, so what the heck is going on here? Wait a minute, y'all want to do this millage? Y'all want to do that? This is why you start to participate at the polls. This is why you start to participate at the polls. Because I want to know what? Where my money going? To who? Where? How? And they're going to assess this based off of the value of the property. But most people don't look at that. They don't pay attention to it. They're not going line by line. They're not looking at it. They're not trying to understand it. They don't want to, they don't look at any of this type of stuff. Make check payable to Well, they assess the value of what they're going to tax you, Ike, based off of the value of the property itself. Obviously, that's how property taxes work. So the higher the value, the more you're going to pay in taxes, even if you're not necessarily using the schools. You're paying for the schools, even though you don't use the schools. Taxes are fraud. That's why I started getting the hive. Taxes. I mean, you got to pay more in tax. Y'all want to get $1 million, multi-million-dollar property? Well, when you start paying $40,000 and $50,000 in property taxes, then you're gonna start feeling a little bit differently. My man showed me his property taxes. This dude paid $80,000 a year in property taxes. He paid $80,000 a year in property taxes. I couldn't believe it. I said, bro, so you telling me that the reward for being successful and becoming greater and to being able to do stuff, when you decide that you want to spend some money to treat yourself, now you got to pay $80,000 to live here? A year? He's like, yeah, man, I just set aside like a little less than $8,000, like $7,000 a month. A little bit more than that, like $7,500 a month. And I just pay it like that. It's a real thing, bro. It's a real thing. And again, that's why they say when you make money, when you start to spend money and you pop out, even if you pay off your home, yes, some people pay more in property taxes than other people make in a year. And that's why, again, when people start complaining about rich people, nigga, you need rich people. You need rich people for you to be able to have the schools that you have. You need rich people for you to have Medicare for all. You need rich people when it comes to your roads. You need rich people when it comes to your street lights. You need rich people when it comes to paying for the salary of these politicians. Rich people are the ones that keep this economy running. They create the jobs, they pay the taxes, and they suffer, and they try to make a couple dollars here and there and drive a Bentley and get some box. And that's why you need to join the Patreon. It's not only do we show you how to get to the bag, we're going to show you how to keep it in your pocket. That's my speech for the day. That's my speech for the day. You got to pay taxes on the money that you make so that you can pay property taxes on the place that you stay. You have to pay taxes on the money that you make so that you can pay property taxes on the place that you stay, and you can pay sales taxes on the groceries that you buy, and you can pay car taxes on the cars that you buy, and then renew your tags every single year. Yes, that's the way that it works. And you're going to tell me that, hey, just pay a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Well, now I feel like a whore. Now I feel like a whore because I feel like you using and abusing me and I'm not getting the value for my money. That's how I don't understand how a lot of y'all are able to walk around without voting. Wait a minute, you telling me you ain't even voting locally? So you just letting them take your money? You letting them take your money. Okay, I got you. I hear you, big dog. So they taking your money and you ain't even got no representation. Anyways, great show today, guys. It's a great start to the Monday. Shout out to everybody that's inside of the chat. Again, y'all was complaining a little bit, so maybe the goal may change a little bit, but I was thinking that the goal was ultimately by next week, move back into the ESPN room over there. DJ A said a millage. They telling you to relax all your muscles. Take your time. Hey, relax. Chill. Why you keep tensing up? You have to relax. Don't tense up. Don't tense up. Just relax. Just chill. I'm not going to hurt you. That's what they keep telling us. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not going to hurt you. Just relax. Ease up. All right? They trying to play us. They trying to hoe us, y'all. And then people hate you for living in a house that you paying the majority of the taxes for the county in. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn your notifications. Listen, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Your car, you know what it is. I'm about to get this uploaded for you, and then we about to get straight into recording. All right? I hate taxes, bro. I hate it with a passion. Hate it with a passion. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to see y'all tomorrow. Peace.